Salute to everyone. Welcome to Knowledge and Relationships. This is your boy M3, and tonight is going to be a great topic. But before we begin, we go ahead and bring in the crew. We have Miss Lola in the building. Welcome back. Thank you for returning.
Yeah.
And we have Mr. no problem. And we have Mr. Best in the World 84.
Yeah. What's going on, y'all? You know what I mean? Got to give a shout out to the fam too, man. Lola killed it last Friday. Man, destroyed it. You know what I mean? First she wasn't talking. Then I looked up and it was 3 hours. And I was like, okay, here we go. You know what I mean? And definitely shout out to M3. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? We in the building, baby. We here. The family's here. The dynasty continue. All right, the dynasty continue. Understand?
And we're still growing. Yes. Yeah, Lola, like you definitely did kill it like that night. First, you was looking down your feet, like, just paddling along. But once you got comfortable, man, you was on fire. You couldn't stop talking. You was like, yo, hold up. I got this. So thank you for that time, Lola. It was very enjoyable,
Thank you. I'm still learning though. I'm still learning. I feel like I still have some things to learn about just online presence. And I realize it's hard to manage online. It is a leadership position. And sometimes you have to play different roles. And it's not easy as it looks. People just watch like content creators, but you don't understand the temperament you have to engage different people and be dealing with technology and still maintain and keep pace and stuff. And I'm like, okay. But it was really greatly annoying.
Yeah. All right. Well, I'm glad that you you see the other side of what we do behind the scenes. Excuse me.
That's you.
Thank you. Thanks. I appreciate it. Allergies. Yeah, streaming is definitely like a lot of work. You gotta make sure you start less, not get too nervous, and keep that same energy. Ooh, my bad. All right. I've been working around that warehouse with a lot of dust. But anyways, I'm good now. So anyways, before we begin, gotta give a shout out to the people who comment. Mr. AR, him versus her solutions. He says, save the babies. And I have not got my sound effects ready. See, I came unprepared. I thought I was. But anyways, though, salutes to you, AR.
Salute, bro.
All right. Then we have Princess K in the building.
Oh, Princess K, what up, fam?
Oh. She says, hey, fam. Hope everyone is well. And then she says, also, bring those likes up. So, salute to you, Princess K. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
All right. So, tonight's topic is Roe versus Wade overturned. Was it a win or was it a loss for the people in America?
Woo.
Now, it's been a lot of controversy. And, we're going to get spicy up in a minute of this topic because I feel like it's a very sensitive topic for mostly women
Mm-hmm.
I think it could also be a sensitive topic for the men as well too.
Mm.
There's a lot of things that we have to really take in consideration. Sometimes it's good to kind of, once in a while, it's good to kind of have some type of humor, but in this kind of case, though, like you gotta really kind of be careful with like your words and the way how you say things, because
Right.
there's so many different factors that come into that overturn. It's almost like, well, it feels like
Mm-hmm.
women got set back 300 years, way back. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And but then at the same time, it's like, you know, we'll get to it. Anyways, though, you guys are doing good.
Yeah, I'm
All
pretty
right,
good.
all right,
There you go.
all right. Then, yeah, let's just go ahead with the first question. All right, shout out to Mr. Best with the questionnaires. All right, question number one: how do you feel about the Supreme Court Roe versus Wade decision? Lola,
Mr.
I'll let
Best,
you
you
start
wanna go
first.
first? Oh, you want me to
Uh,
start? Oh, okay. Well, based on what I know about the legal argument, I feel that it was inevitable, simply because the court essentially was arguing over the legitimacy of the original decision about 50 or 49 years ago, from this year, or 50 years ago. And if it was legal to even make that statute like federalized across the nation, did the federal government have the authority to do that? And they didn't, technically, according to the Constitution and the land of the law of the land. So, it was inevitable at some point that that was going to get over. Well, I don't like saying Roe versus Wade was overturned, because it wasn't overturned. It was just a
mhm.
matter was returned to the states. That's it. Like Roe versus Wade is not overturned. It's just a matter of states. For instance, in some states, there's certain things that are legal in other states. That's an issue. That's not an issue of overturning the law. It's just the states have a right to determine what's best for their state and their jurisdiction. So, I felt it was inevitable, because when I heard some of the original arguments from about 50 years ago, I was like, y'all really got that through? But okay. Like, some of the language was even, it was like, we're not going to discuss the root of the issue. We just want to stop the politics from bleeding. Literally, that's what some of the verbiage was innately saying. And I'm like, wow. Like, and I realized at that time that the country was bleeding, and the courts needed to stop some of the political outcry. So I get it. They made a decision, but they made that decision in haste. And honestly, just the fact that they made it was a problem. So now that it's been returned to the states, I don't see the states giving that power up ever again, because of why it was returned to the states in the first place this year. So I think it was inevitable.
Okay, okay. Um, well, Lola, let me ask you this though, because I know you said there was a root issue that
Mhm.
caused all this. Can you explain what is the root issue to the people in the chat? And shout outs to Big Rick Slaps, by the way. So salute to my brother. Thank you for tuning in.
Shout out to Big Wig Slash. What up, baby? That's the brother.
Yeah,
That's the
Yeah.
Brody right
you want
there.
to come
Easily,
up?
easily,
You know.
easily Rig will be on tomorrow, y'all. Tomorrow.
Mm-hmm. Wait a minute. We do have a guest. I don't know who this person is, Mr. Best. Oh, okay. The person disappeared.
Yeah, I think it's somebody.
All
I
right.
think somebody I know. I think somebody I know.
Okay. Okay. Well, if that person returns, well,
I haven't come up.
you know, yeah. All right. Sorry. So Lola, like, what was the beginning? Like, what started it? If you mind if I ask, you said there was a real issue.
The root issue that the courts had to determine 50 years ago was, at what point does life begin? Because let's be honest, abortion is not new. It's been going on since the dawn of time. I mean, at least amongst Black people, we all know self-abortions have been going on since slavery to prevent pregnancy due to forced rape. Like, we know
Mm-hmm.
culturally how to do self-induced abortions. It's just a
Mm-hmm.
thing. So, that's not new to us, at least. It might be new to a group of people that didn't have to do that, but it's not new to us. So the issue for the courts is, well, okay, we're going to make this decision, but essentially, are we protecting what's in the womb or not? So now, if we have to question if it's, life or not, the courts literally said we're not going to discuss that. That's not an issue for us to debate, which honestly, to a degree, right? They don't have to debate the issue of life or not. They really don't. Because the truth of the matter is, did they have jurisdiction to even open their mouths in the first place?
Just for Lola, pause for one moment, just one moment. I want you to keep cooking. Pause for a moment. Man, I haven't seen this brother in forever, man. You know what I'm saying? Be easy. What up, baby? I ain't seen this brother in forever, man. Atlanta Thrasher, what up? What up, kid? What's going on, man? Good to see you, man. What up, Atlanta Thrasher? That's my brother right there. Yeah. You muted him, 3.
Oh, hold on. Salutes to Atlanta Thrasher. Welcome back. Be easy. Good to see you, my bro.
Yeah, we got welcome Be Easy to the panel. Be Easy, that dude. What up, baby?
What's up with it?
What's going on? What's going on?
All right. Sorry, Lord. Go ahead and continue.
So I guess essentially, to the question of the root issue, a lot of people today think that the root issue is, well, does a baby's life or human life begin at a certain point? But originally, that conversation wasn't even part of the conversation. Like, they didn't entertain that. There was no legitimate, quote unquote, research done on that. But I did find it interesting that around that time is when NASA began the search for life, and life according to them is microscopic cells. That's life to them in that way. But we're still on this planet talking about 4-month-old babies might not be considered human life. But if we found something like that on Mars, we feeling like we found life. Like, I just found that interesting. But that's what was going on 50 years ago. Like, we're ushering in that era of space exploration and finding life. But then we were arguing, what is life on this planet? So I found that interesting, but it's to a degree, right? It's not interesting because we are a society that had to fundamentally see whole human beings walking around and show dissonance, like between what's a human and what's not, based on if they step foot over the Macy-Dixon line versus not. Like, you're a human if you're over there, but if you're over here, you're not a human. Like, a society that has that sort of cognitive dissonance probably would have to question, well, is this a baby or isn't it a baby? Is this a human or isn't this a human? Like, really, we're debating that because of the history we're coming from. So it's not far-fetced that should have been a conversation 50 years ago. But as we saw, it wasn't a conversation. Just like for 400 years, it wasn't a conversation if Black people were human or not. People were quite comfortable with the fact that they wasn't.
And I think it's still in the Constitution too, sister.
This is what I'm saying. It's still written in there, but they don't have a problem with that. White women ain't upset about that. When they voted for Trump and stuff, they weren't upset about that. And so, I guess we'll get into it later, but at least starting out, as far as like the root issue, this is a legal jurisdiction issue. It's not a moral issue of whether or not women should protect their wombs or have babies or not have babies or whatever the case may be. This is an issue of law. And this is why I feel men don't respect women, because if you pay attention to what actually happened in court, you could not come out of there talking about, well, what if I'm raped? That has nothing to do with the conversation that's going on. The conversation going on is the state have the ability to say, we're going to hold a voting for the people and see what the people want, or is it the federal government that has total control? How women are even having this outcry about their personal givings or misgivings about their womb, it's like, that's not the conversation. Not every state is going to outlaw abortion. So I don't understand we have laws here in America that work just like this any other day of the week. Why this is different, I don't understand. We've been doing this for hundreds of years, taking it from the federal government, giving it to the states. That's happening. That's been happening. So I feel like women, it's a disservice to women, and it shows that even though there's smart, articulate women out here that can follow the conversation, a lot of women are not smart and they can't follow the conversation. And this is why I really feel like as men, because men are part of this conversation equally too, this is why men don't care. Because it's like if they're half of the voting block and women don't know how to even as much as listen to the conversation and keep up, men don't have no reason not to just check, nope, and let me go about my life. They don't have no reason to think about, well, what if this, and let's consider that, and blah, 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 blah. Like they're men. It's like they're listening to the logistics and the facts, and either it is or it's not. But with women, they're all over things. And I feel like they need to reel that in. I heard something today that had me disturbed. It was this woman crying and she was talking, but this was like a legislator, and I was like, oh my God. Like the mental hospital, like it's really not that serious, man. Like it's really not. We have other things in place to help you not get pregnant. What in the world is going on? Abortion is one option out of 50 something options. Like I don't have 50 something that I get a job. Like I don't. But they crying because one of their 60 or 55 options is not on the table all the time now. Like it's still on the table, just not all the time. This is what I'm saying. Like these women are literally delusional, not because of their ideas about when life begins in their womb, but rather they're not keeping up with the conversation.
Let me say this. Let me do this, Sister Lola. Man, you cooking right now. I just want to say shout out to Harris Tribe Media. And I see Lola, you got your pen too. I see that you ready to take notes tonight, as always. You know what I'm saying? I see you. You know what I mean?
Shout out to Pretty Good Gaming.
Hey, Pretty Good Game. What's good, man? Atlanta Thrash, I see with the question marks. Please let us know what the question marks mean. Let us know what you think. Be Easy, that dude, man. What's up, baby? You know what I mean? Usually we're gonna be on tomorrow. We know what we doing. We rocking and rolling. You know what I mean? You know what the show's about. It's about Roe versus Wade. Question number 1, Be Easy. How do you feel about a Supreme Court Roe versus Wade decision?
I feel amused. and that chuckle that y'all got, that's what I got out of it, because I've seen so many people in the streets, and I don't want to politicize it and racialize it, but unfortunately, that's how everything is in America. Don't blame me. That's just how it is. So now they want to paint Clarence Thomas as the face, a black judge. They want to paint him as the face of, oh, he's stripping rights. But literally, this is the will of white women. They are the biggest voting bloc. Go look, just type in Roe v. Wade protest and see how it is. It's going to be, I'm saying, kids out there, white, old white people. You know what I mean? Of course, there's some other quote unquote people of color out there, but predominantly it's a bunch of white people. You know what I mean? So this is really not something for us to be fighting for. Black people were saying, look, we want reparations. We want a anti-black hate crime bill. Democrats is like, sorry, can't do nothing for you. Abortion, they're like, we got y'all back on this, huh? Why are y'all going to bat so hard to delete the baby? They talking about pro-life, right? So that means the 7-year-old kid that's starving in the hood, that's a life, right? Are you pro that, or are you pro-birth? You know what I mean? So on one side, these people act like they're pro-life, and that they care about life just only when it's born. Once the baby is born, then they don't care. It's just one of those black babies. Who cares? His destiny is already in the cards. And the other side is saying, we care so much about you black people that we don't even want to let you have your baby. We're going to help you, assist you, delete your baby. Look at all these companies. Don't take my word for it. Amazon, Tesla, Starbucks, all of them saying, if our state bans abortions, we'll help you fly or drive to get one. So y'all won't give us raises. You won't give me extra maternity leave or time off, but you'll help me delete a baby. And we're supposed to believe that this is all good. So they're helping you be sexually irresponsible. And I know people gonna come and say, what about the grape and the incest and all that stuff? Those are anomalies, and those people should be punished accordingly, just like any other, crime or misgiving. But let's not act like the majority of women going in there to terminate their pregnancy is based on that. So we have to deal with the majority like we do with most stuff. So since the majority of y'all are going in there because due to sexual irresponsibility, why is that anything to celebrate? Why is that anything to assist? We should assist them in not being sexual irresponsible versus kind of placating and coddling them and saying, hey, so what if you were sexually irresponsible? Here's an avenue that we're going to allow you to just, just basically annihilate the child, put your little seed in a blender, in a baby blender, you know what I mean? Like that, sucking it out, like if you look at the process of what it's doing, it's a very heinous and brutal procedure. So why don't we just avoid that barbaric procedure before we get there? You know what I mean? And I seen chicks on the hill twerking in the name of Roe v. Wade. Like what? What did they just type in protest twerk? They got a bunch of chicks out there twerking for the right to delete your baby. Like what does that have to do with anything? That seems like a little bit sexually irresponsible right there, which is probably what led to you choosing an irresponsible mate, so it's a lot. And if you look at the millions upon millions, like in my rock voice, and millions of black babies that was deleted. I'm trying to make light out of it, but that's not no laughing matter. You know what I mean? Because I could do a whole show about how they've been lying on our population. We're definitely more than 13%, but let's just go with the 13%. In order for us to maintain that 13%, that means literally every time a black person is born, someone is dying. Do we really think that that's the case? So our numbers are personally undercounted. How many people, ask 20, I tell people all the time, ask 20 of your friends when the last time they filled out a census. We're purposely undercounted, and black folks just don't fill out the census like that. Then you got a bunch of Latinos, Asians, and all this stuff identifying as white. So they're overcounted. They even have some Africans that's darker than me identifying. Yeah, so we're purposely undercounted. So we're definitely more than 13%, but let's just go with the 13%. How are we helping each other by constantly deleting? Like we're deleting Barack Obama's, we're deleting LeBron James, right? You don't know if he would have been Barack Obama because he got deleted. You don't know what he or she would have turned out to be because you deleted the baby, right? And I just think too, my mom had me when she was like 15 years old. What if she would have deleted me? You know what I mean? Like people don't like to think like that too. Like, and my mom had a kid out of wedlock too. So I know we like to say, how bad it is. I understand that we shouldn't promote that, but I'd rather have them having kids out of wedlock than not having that kid at all.
Right. One poses a bigger threat to the overall society versus the other. Yeah.
Let me build on this family. Let me build. Let me build. Let me grab the mic real quick. You know what I'm saying? Let me warm it up. Now, how do I feel about the court decision? It's a bigger agenda. You know what I'm saying? Just with everything. Look at everything we've been in the past 3 to 5 years. Look at everything that's gone down. It's all an agenda. It's all an agenda. And the agenda is to basically, you know what I'm saying, it's world population control. Y'all know what it is?
Right.
You know what I'm saying? That's all it's about. You know what I'm saying? And, they've been working on this since the whole 9/11 agenda. To keep you scared, to keep you spending money, to keep you doing things that you're not even supposed to be doing. You know what I mean? Fear tactics. You know what I mean? Oh, listen, we got level orange. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
We got level red. The attack about to happen. You know what I mean? refinance your home. So then you got all these people refinancing their home, and now they're getting put out their homes because they look at the fine print and understand this was all a Ponzi scheme to get you out of your community, out of your home.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So it's a lot of agenda. This has been going on for forever. This is just a new agenda that they pushing through, man. Don't trip. Watch Netflix or go to a movie or go to a park or something. You know what I mean? Get your hot dog, get you some ice cream or something. Enjoy the hot weather, man. All right, y'all know what it is. We've been here before. We done been through worse. You know what I'm saying? And we just gotta have an understanding. You know what I mean? So I think the whole pandemic situation should have told y'all that they don't care nothing about you. You know what I'm saying? They made you stay home. They gave you hush money. You know what I'm saying? And then they told you to come back outside.
Right.
That's literally what happened.
Right.
You know what I mean? Stay home. I'm gonna give you this hush money. Shut up. You know what I mean? Now 2.5, 3 years later, now come back outside. You know what I mean? So it's the same. Yeah, some of the stuff you got to pay back. Yeah, some of it you got to pay back. Not all of it, but some of it you got to pay back. You know what I'm saying? And especially with that PPP situation, but I ain't going to get into that. Now, with that being said, you know what I mean? We all know, you know what I'm saying, that this has nothing to do with babies or life or anything like that. It's a big agenda. It's really about the powers that be not wanting us, and if you know who us is, I ain't got to tell you who us is. Y'all know who us is. Us, they don't want us to take over because they know that it ain't gonna be no more just them. You know what I mean? It's a lot of intermingling going on as far as people dating each other. A lot of races dating each other. A lot of race blending, and they don't want that. That's messing up their agenda. They about to be outnumbered out of here. I miss you too, Atlanta Thrasher. Love you, bro. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, man. With that being said, we just gotta open your eyes, man. Open your eyes, see what's going on, and as I tell everybody, just enjoy your life. You know what I'm saying? Because if anything really happens, ain't really ish you can do about it anyway. But find some shelter and get some food. You know what I mean? So whether you believe in certain rights or you don't believe, or you pro-life, pro-gun, not pro-life, pro-gun, whatever you are. Pro-Christian, pro-Muslim, whatever you are. Just understand, if something really do hit the fan, you know what I mean? You better protect your neck and go look for some food and shelter and duck for cover. That's the best thing you better do. You know what I mean? Because you ain't going to be able to really do anything. You know what I mean? So make sure that you and your family are safe, man, and that y'all just enjoying life. That's the only thing you really can do. As one OG told me, and I'm going to leave it at this, I'm letting M3 rock, because he's been waiting for a minute. Control what you can control. And the older you get, you realize the less you control. And that's just life. And that's all I got to say.
So I got to give a salute to Wally. Thank you.
Wally, what up, baby?
Wealth Talk Productions. And then I also got to give a shout out to Mimsy.
What's up, girl?
As you can see, man, I'm still rocking the shirts that you and Mike made. So thank you so much.
Yes, sir.
You know, also, Mimsy, if you want to come up, feel free to come up, So, excuse me if I'm cut my camera off periodically because of my allergies. But, all right. Now, the GO, which, I'm going to just call it the Gov officials. All right. So just remember the acronym GO. So, with the GO is just way out here to pretty much control us. See, they're telling us all these things that's going on, like the food shortages. Okay, messing around with different companies. Well, now we're just having a shortage of gas, and now we gotta raise the gas prices up. It's all about just keeping us to be consumers. Now, hold on, pause real quick. I gotta give a shout out to Sir Hale Speaks. Thank you for tuning in, my brother. Salutes to you.
What up? The most professional man on YouTube. What's good?
Most definitely.
I'm sorry.
No, you good. And I gotta give a shout out to the Q Spot Podcast, QB.
Hey, QB. What's up, QB?
Yes, I'll definitely cue your question about for Be Easy. And then
QB, if you don't come up here and ask your question,
Sarah Help Speak says, good, bro. M3 nice relationship. Salutes to the chat and the panel. Thank you, my brother. Thank you for always tuning in. And keep doing like your thing, man. Like, you're doing great things. So salutes to the brother.
Yes, sir.
All right. On the road to like 3K and up. So, but anyways, going back to my point. That's why like you have like a lot of things that's going on. I know YouTube is a very censored type of community, so I'm trying the best that I can to try to, make certain words up so that way you guys can kind of get to my point. But we're just gonna say for the simple fact that they're just out here to try to control us. Okay, you all hear about the W, and the order part. So where it relates to gun control. Stuff that's going on like with abortions, deletions, all the other things. Now, the other crazy part is that when like Beezy said like earlier, okay, you basically have a lot of women that is mad that they can't have their right to delete the infants, delete the seed. Okay, and I'm not talking about the ones who was forced against the will. I'm talking the ones that just act so carelessly. Now I know it takes two, okay, to even create a seed. So we can't just put 100% of the blame for the women. It also goes to the man as well too. All right, the man got to learn how to strap up and choose better. But, however, the moment that seed is conformed, you know what I mean? It's all placed on the woman and her choice. Like they always say, like it's my body, my choice. So if it's your body, your choice, then you need to live with the decision that you're gonna make
with your body.
And to be honest with you, it's a pro and a con to it. The pro is that it prevents in some states for now. It prevents women right from abusing that type of power to like really delete the kids. But then the con is that they're going to try to do it illegally anyway. And that would be a bigger problem, a bigger detriment to your health.
But keep in mind, if you're playing the long game and you are of the GOV, right? Then this is strategy right here. Think about it. In 30 years, if you leave certain groups of people to their own devices, what they going to do if you really want them gone and you know that they are not going to stop doing the effery, you leave them to their own devices and they'll kill themselves. They'll do it to themselves. And what happens? That's less money you got to spend trying to delete them. There's less money you got to spend trying to get them to see things your way. You get your cake and eat it too from GOV perspective, because you're like, okay, I'm not gonna pay to try to get y'all numbers down and get y'all out of here. I'm gonna leave y'all to your own devices. But that's long game strategy right there. And keep in mind, all it's going to do is increase.
It's actually facilitating the device. It's not even leaving you to your own devices. We're going to facilitate the devices, which is why the Planned Parenthood is not in no suburb area. They look at the most ghetto area. Planned Parenthood would fit good right here. Same thing with fast food. Same thing with anything else. Dirty water, you know what I mean? Those other areas, they make sure that they water is not like that, but any other area. So then it seemed like you're left to your own devices because you drink and poisonous water, and it's a liquor store every corner. Then the next block is a Planned Parenthood, and then a McDonald's and Popeyes every other corner. Right. And then guns somehow miraculously get dumped in the poor hood. They got guns more rare and militarized, than some of the cops, you know what I mean? But that's just left to their own devices, you know what I mean?
But keep in mind, it's like, it now, okay, let's just say white supremacy for real. It's a thing, right? But it's a thing that can fail, and it's a thing that will turn on itself at some point. Like it's not God or nothing, right? And what's happening?
White supremacists hurts white people too.
Right. That's what I'm saying. It hurts them because over time, in the beginning, it was working, But see, over time, it started to like roll backwards. And right now, I'll take it to the point where when they introduced the contraceptive pill, right? I think back in 1951 or 55, that was only introduced to married couples to help them in their married life, because there was a real legit problem with married couples and sex, and then women not wanting to have it because you got all these babies coming and you can't afford them. So that helped the white community when it comes to their intimate relations. However, when that pill was approved for women who were not married, that's when it started going downhill. But it started going downhill real slow. But now it didn't hit the fan. And it's like now they're at a point where they're openly saying, hey, we about to die out here. We about to die out. Like literally, we about to be deleted. Like literally. And on top of that, their workforce is like at a point where it's at a critical point right now. People do not even want to go back to work because they can get more money being at home, staying at home, doing at home stuff. So you even got young children as young as 7 years old. When you ask them, what do you want to be when you grow up? A content creator. Why? They make $10,000 a month. I don't want to go to work for $2,000 and have to work all week, all month. I want to make the money that content creators are making. And guess what? Free enterprise is soaking this up. So at the end of the day, if you don't have a black workforce, you don't have a white workforce, the only workforce you can probably have is immigrants. At the end of the day, if you were of that persuasion, you might want to put a halt on your women. Like even if they're gonna cry for a couple years, you might want to put a halt on that. And that's what essentially I think this is. This is a conversation between white men and white women. And white men are like, you know what? No, we got a problem. I'm putting stop to this. I don't care how it affects you. I know what it is down the road. And she like, oh no, I want to do what I want to do. He like, listen, no, ma'am, no, Becky, we're not doing this. And
no, Becky.
Black people have always been like a bystander in that conversation. And that's why I tell black women right now, you better fall back and let them white women handle their own business. Because see, we still got our problems. Even when they done what they doing, we still got ours. The good thing about the black community, because it's always a silver lining, is that while they were concerned about the Spanish and the Asians in Africa and all this other stuff, black people have been having this conversation about having children out of wedlock, about selective breeding, about dating, about value, about this. And even if people aren't quite all the way there in terms of like the vast majority of the black population, that those seeds are already planted. So black women have already been for the last 10 years in the mindset of, okay, I don't want to just be getting pregnant by these dudes, right? And if you've noticed, the amount of pregnancy amongst teenagers is at an all-time low. The amount of pregnancy at younger people, period, is at an all-time low, to the point you would think it might need to come up a little bit. Because again, we talking about labor force in every 30 to 40 years clicking over. Now it ain't about to click over because people ain't having kids, especially the black people. So as much as they want to say, oh, black women get the most abortions, listen, they need the abortions, first of all, the most. Two, black women ain't having the same amount of kids they was having back in the 80s. So they need to stop overcounting us too for that. Like all these babies that we having. No, that's not the case. I meet more women now, and I know you guys hear it on social media, 35, 40, no kids. 35, 40, one child. Like,
hold on, Sister Lola, hold on. You about to give too much of it away. Oh, okay. We got 3 more questions. And you about to bleed into the 3 questions, which is good, but we got 3 more questions. So question number 2 and 3, whenever he pulls it up, is there anyone to blame for the Roe versus Wade decision? Men, women, government, etc.
Ain't nobody to blame. Not in my opinion. There's nobody to blame. It was just okay. 50 years ago, the government had to do something to stop the bleeding. So they did something. But that's something now that you got smart people that can Google everything. I mean, that's fitting to not go over too well like it did. So that's nobody's fault. It's like right now, if I was bleeding, you might not clean my wound first. You might just put something over it to like keep me from bleeding out. But in an ideal circumstance, you might clean my wound first and then do something, give me anesthesia, blah, blah, blah. But They stopped the bleeding, which is what they were supposed to do. They was about to go down, so they didn't go down. And now it's like they need to stop the bleeding because the government, when they do one thing, it's strange that they always push the limit. So if the federal government can make laws that they shouldn't make that belong to the states, they'll push it a little bit further too. And we've been seeing that, which is why you got the alphabet people talking about, well, what's next? Like, yeah, that. Because they want the federal government to enforce that. And I've been seeing that. The federal government saying, well, now you have to do this. And now it's treading on religious rights because it's in the federal government's hands. So if you take the federal government hand out of this conversation, what do you have? You have the people saying we want or we don't want. And that's it. There's no more conversation or picketing and all of that. Why? Because the people decided, and we are a land of rules, and we're a democratic society. Well, really.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, sister Lola. Hold on. We gotta move on. Shout out to Daryl Long. We gotta let Be Easy rock out. Be Easy rock out on question number 2, bro.
Yeah, and also shout outs to AR again. Welcome back.
Welcome back, bro.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Be easy. Is there anyone to blame for the Roe versus Wade decision? Men, women, government, etc.
I mean, it's all of the above. All of the above. The government is made up of people, right? It's not, it's called the government, and what it entails is just a bunch of allegedly elected people. And once again, not to racialize it, look at the predominant group of Congress. Congress is predominantly white, predominantly male, and predominantly senior, which means they were growing up in what times? Some of them grew up in the 50s, 60s, 40s, exactly. Yeah. Joe Biden, 80 something, Pelosi, 83, Mitch McConnell, 80. Just keep going down the list.
80? Golly, I didn't know he was that old. Damn.
Yeah, he's the oldest president ever.
No disrespect to Biden, no disrespect, dog. I didn't know he was that old. Damn.
Yeah, you ain't an ageist, are you?
No, I'm not. But I'm just saying, I didn't know that he was up there like that. I didn't know.
But see, this goes to my point that what I said, like in a previous live stream. Sometimes racism is the source of longevity for, in this case, a whole white man.
Yeah, well, that's the whole thing. It's a system. So this is when people say systemic. This is the system. This is nepotism. And there's a bunch of people complaining about what the government hasn't done. However, somehow these people continuously get elected over and over, right? So if we want to blame the people that hasn't done anything, it's been predominantly white people, older white people. But then when it comes to say to blame, it's like, no, don't blame white people. I'm like, hold on. If it was a bunch of predominantly older black people, we would specify it's these blacks messing stuff up. Now when it's whites, it's like, no, only tell us about the good. Maybe they have done some good stuff, and we can do a whole show about all the good stuff. But when it comes to do the bad stuff, then now you want to say, well, all politicians matter, huh? Don't do that. Don't do that. All politicians don't got the power, influence, and sway that y'all have. Right. So that's where it gets dicey, because people are like, is there anyone to blame? You know who it is to blame, but it's just there's this stuff of white fragility and white guilt. See, when it's blacks, we have no issue saying black on black crime, right? We have no issues talking about what is wrong with the black pathology out of wedlock. Man, you Negroes need to get it together. Okay, that's true. Let's say I concede all of that point. Now, could we talk about the white issues without bringing up blacks? No, they got to somehow lump blacks in and everybody else. No, let's do a stream and we only talk about blacks. Let's do a stream where we only talk about whites. Black on black crime has nothing to do with Roe v. Wade. What about Chicago has nothing to do with inflation? What about Chicago has nothing to do with climate change? And the biggest voting block is white women. You know what I mean? So who is influencing this stuff? Yeah, you can say it's a bunch of them that don't want it, but it's enough of them that do want it. Just like when they were complaining about Trump and he said grab them by the pussy, and then they did the stats and 53% of white women voted for him. They didn't have an issue with it, just like they didn't have an issue with this. And this is all stuff y'all can look up. No one has to take my word for it. So they don't have an issue with this. A lot of this stuff is just a political football that they can kick back and forth. Democrats saying, "Oh, now you got to vote for us because look what they're doing." Y'all had a chance to codify this when Bill Clinton was in office, when Obama was in office. Y'all kept kicking the can down the road. Now y'all saying vote for us and we'll do something about it. Y'all had decades to do something.
We keeping that phrase political football, all right? Don't try to take that from us. We got so many phrases. We're about to have like mad t-shirts, mad different phrases and all that, hats and all that. Don't be taking none of our, you know what I'm saying? Okay. I see Wes is in a building. Hey, man. Wes, what's up, brother?
Good evening.
First time on here. What's good, man? Good to see you.
You know,
nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you, Mr. Knowledge and Relationships. I've seen a few of your streams. I've been trying to catch them. So I'm glad I was finally able to catch you at a good time with a great conversation going on.
Definitely.
Right on, Wes.
So Wes, I want you to answer the first question. I'm gonna give you 2 minutes to answer that, and then I want you to build on the second question, and then I'll let you answer that without the timer. But the first question, M3, if you can bring it up, bro, whenever you can.
Okay. So first question is, how do you feel about the Supreme Court Roe versus Wade decision?
I'm going to preface this by saying one of the tragedies that we should really understand in the United States right now is that most people don't even understand what Roe versus Wade is or what the significance of it being overturned is. Over the weekend, I was talking to someone when this happened. I was out at drill weekend because I'm in the military. And a lot of people were going, "Oh my goodness, women can be arrested now." And I'm like thinking, no. And I knew one guy, he said, "Yeah, Wade Roe was overturned. Abortion's now, banned worldwide." Dude's in his mid-20s, for crying out loud. Really? Banned worldwide? Like, do you even know what you're saying? So that's the true tragedy that we need to focus on in this entire conversation, that I think people need to understand, is that most people don't actually know what's going on. Right. They just see all these catchphrases from older friends, putting those stupid memes up saying that women can now be arrested. No.
I heard about that one.
The thing I like about, I think it was a good thing that Supreme Court overturned this, is put it back in the hands of the states. Okay, and I know that there's a lot of people that are unhappy about that. It was never settled. It was always kind of in flux there. This is inherently a state's issue, and there's going to be lots of states out there like California, New York, Illinois, that they're going to be very liberal in their abortion laws. And you have states like Georgia and Florida that are probably going to be very strict. It's not going to be so strict that women are going to get randomly arrested for going to another state and having this procedure done. That's not going to happen. That's illegal. That's absolutely absurd. It's not going to be illegal for a woman to get an abortion within her own state if she has an ectopic pregnancy. Every conservative state that is introducing legislation to limit, abortion, is making sure that there are still those exceptions for cases where it's endangering the mother's life.
Wait, Plaid. Okay, so time's up for like the first answer of the question. Sorry, for the first question.
Yeah, sorry, it's late for me, so it's hard for me to really.
No worries.
No,
I'm just
cool,
glad that
bro.
you're here. Like, you good?
Yeah.
I gotta give a quick shout out to OG Patrice.
OG Patrice, what's going on?
Feel free to come up if you would like.
Yes.
All right. So the second question is, and definitely great answer to that as well. I have my thoughts about this whole Roe versus Wade decision, but I got him on the second question.
So Brother West, is there anyone to blame for the Roe versus Wade decision? Men, women, government, etc. And you can expand on this. There's no time limit on this one. There's a second question, so you can definitely expand on it.
Anyone to blame for the decision? I
Right.
blame as if a wrong has occurred and
Right.
we need to cast blame on someone, an
Right.
individual,
Mhm.
a group of people. A blame? No. All right. Well, here's where I really blow your minds.
Go ahead.
And I want to ask someone. I want to ask you all a question. I just need one person to answer. Like, how long has the abortion debate been going on?
More than 50 years.
That's 1950, right?
Since before any of us have been born.
Right.
Yeah.
Technically, that last one was the most correct.
1950.
No, well, it's been going on longer than any of us have been born.
Mm-hmm.
But ultimately, this conversation's been going on since the dawn of civilization.
Mm-hmm.
There's nothing new about it.
Right.
In ancient peoples, in times of famine, if they had a child that they could not support, toss them out. In ancient Japan, when an unwanted child was born, mainly like a child born out of wedlock or a child born with a different kingdom that they all were not
Considered
cool
a
with each other.
bastard, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they would leave them in they would leave that baby in the woods.
Yeah. That's
Several years ago, there was a movie with Keanu Reeves called the Ronin movie, 47 Ronin or something like that. Anyway, at one point in the movie, they're like, "Hey, we found you in the woods. This is where we put kids like you." That's real. That was real.
Wow.
That was so. There's nothing new or unusual about this conversation. It's a part of the human condition to try and understand what this is. So, any person to blame? No. I think this is just the nature of humans trying to evolve. Part of that evolution is trying to understand where life begins, what is the value of life.
I always tell people, like, you know what I mean? Like, so many, like, America is just one set of customs, but if you go anywhere else, it's a whole different ball game. Like, the things we eat here, some of the cultures and the things that we adopt here, they look at us like we're savages. But some of the things that they do, we look at them as savages. You know what I'm saying? It's so crazy how the human mind is different when you put them in a different environment, different circumstance, different culture, different rules, different everything. It's so amazing. Shout out to Quantum Love. Let me build on question number 2. You know what I mean? Really quickly, is there anyone to blame for the Roe versus Wade decision? I would say the powers that be, man. You know what I mean? Powers that be. You know what I'm saying? It's an agenda. You know what I mean? And I think we all know that. Like, it's not hard to figure out. It ain't hard to tell. You know what I mean? And you know what I mean? If you just do your research, you already know what's going down. You know what I'm saying? And everybody else is just, you know what I'm saying? We're just characters in a simulation. That's all we are. You know what I mean? This is a simulation. We just a character. This is Sims. This is Sims gone live. You know what I mean? So, you know what I mean? Just you know, do what you can in this live simulation. Enjoy as much of it as you can. You know what I mean? And for the rest of it, you know what I mean? Persevere through the hard times. So, you know what I mean? Because most of the stuff that goes down, whether it's here in the States or worldwide, you really can't really do anything about it, man. So, and I'm gonna expand more on the men and women who's really, you know, I've fought it more when the third and fourth question come up. But as far as the 3 totalities that are named, or even etc., you know what I'm saying? I definitely got to put it on the Gov. You know what I'm saying? On the GOV. You know what I mean? Got to definitely welcome to the building, our brother, music producer for knowledge and for knowledge relations and intellectual soapbox, and M3 TV network. You know what I'm saying? Which is coming very soon, y'all. Coming very soon. We working on that. DJ Eddie King, what's going on, brother?
Hey, how y'all fellas doing today?
How's
everyone doing? This is a beautiful conversation, man. I didn't mean to interrupt, but how's everyone doing?
No, you came on time. We're doing.
No, you came right on time. You actually next. So, DJ Eddie King, we're gonna have you answer the first question, bro. You know what I'm saying? You're gonna go back. So M3, whenever you can bring up the first question.
Okay, hold on, real quick.
Break it down for me, M3.
All right, no problem. Before I get to the first question, I gotta give a good salute to The homie Al, thank you for tuning in. What's good, Knowledge and Relationships? Love the work. Now keep putting in the movement going. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate you, my brother. All right.
Okay. So the first question is, DJ Eddie, how do you feel about the Supreme Court Roe versus Wade decision?
How do I feel about it? You know,
Let me give
honestly,
you
I
2
don't.
minutes, bro.
Well, honestly, I don't know how to feel about it because I feel like that they're not telling that there's a story. There's a whole story that's not being told. So I wanted to get all the information right before I make that decision of how I feel. You know, I just want to be honest. Um, but yeah, I don't know how I feel about that, man. I know that M3. Once you break it down for me as well, too. You know, I'm gonna need your help on this if you can. We
Well,
talked about this earlier.
basically, like Roe versus Wade is like, just to kind of give you more of a background, bro. Roe versus Wade is kind of like, it has to do with like the women's right to basically, choose, to either keep the baby or not.
Hmm.
In certain states, since the decision was overturned, in certain states, like it's illegal to basically have an abortion now, and in other states, it is legal. So,
Mm.
like states like California, New York,
Hmm.
um, and I think other states, what I mean, that I guess are more liberal. I guess that's the term
Yeah,
I'm guessing.
limited abortion.
Yeah. So
Mm.
what I mean, you can actually do it in those states, but there's other states where you can't. So really, like states like in the deep South,
Hmm.
what I'm saying,
Hmm.
they're gonna start cracking down on that.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
yeah.
Well, yeah. I recently heard a story about a woman who had a miscarriage, but she was arrested. I don't know if you guys heard about that, but she was arrested because
Mm.
she couldn't prove that she did not have an abortion.
Well,
Um,
that was something that Wes, kind of like mentioned
he kind
where,
of mentioned that
you
too.
know,
Okay. Okay.
a little bit, yeah. Where, there's like a lot of rumor into that. Now, whether
Hmm.
it's true or not, if it is true, it must be like it's definitely somewhere outside of the United States
It's
or
gotta be.
some other
Hmm.
like country that we don't really know about.
Yeah, it's gotta
But
be.
as far as like this happening like within the states, and let's just say like you want to travel out to hmm, from your state that you currently live in to another state where it's like more liberal, like
Yeah.
you will not get arrested. If somebody tell you otherwise, like that is not true.
Yeah. Yeah.
Mm.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah.
Gotcha.
So
Gotcha. Gotcha.
Yeah.
salute to Simon Hectic. Simon, good to see you, bro.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
You know what I mean?
All right, we're gonna go back to number two. But number two says, is there anyone to blame for the Roe versus Wade decision? Is it men to blame? Is it women? Or is it the government or whatever you think of?
Oh, me.
DJ?
Okay. Oh,
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
what do I think about that? Is it fair to say that every, is it fair to say everybody to blame? Is it fair to say that?
Yeah, however you want it. Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah,
The government is the people, it's all of us.
I feel like everybody's to blame. The government, the women, and the men. You know, the laws can't be passed without us, right?
Oh. Well, in this case, like this was something where it was fought for, it was legalized. Sorry, it was legalized, but then it was overturned.
Mm.
So basically, we ain't really. Well, they really don't really have that type of power, obviously.
Mm.
For it to be overturned. So I can't
Mm.
really, say that part.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh well. Let me see. How do I feel about that? Well, I'm not really sure. I gotta gang all my information. Let me
Oh
go ahead
no,
and
yeah.
yeah. I need more information, respectfully. So I'm
Oh,
not gonna speak on that.
hey, no, I understand. Like, I mean, I kind of feel indifferent about all this. Like,
Yeah.
it is because here's the thing. It's really hard to try to place a blame, especially like when this was going on for like centuries. You know what I mean?
Mm.
Like before the land of time, like like stuff like this. Man, am I going a little too far? But stuff like this was already going on. You know,
Okay.
with the deletion of children.
Yeah.
So, we could go to like ancient times. You could go to biblical times. No matter what you read or what type of history books that you
this
dive
has been going
into,
on for a long time. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
yeah, you're gonna read some type of part where a deletion of a child, like at partake.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Because sometimes when stories like this comes out, somebody you might hear from other people and they might have the wrong information, and that person might take it and just run with it and not really knowing the whole story. You know what I mean? So I feel like everyone should get the information correctly before talking about it. It's what I'm saying, because this has been going on for years. Before I was born, before you was born, for years. So I feel like everyone needs to get the correct information before speaking out. Is what I'm saying.
Right.
It's been a lot of that going on.
And then let's go ahead and welcome First Lady Tammy. First Lady Tammy, how you doing?
I'm pretty good. How's everybody?
Pretty good. All right, First Lady Tammy, since you just came in, right? I'm gonna give you 2 minutes, right, for the number one question, and then we're gonna jump to number two. After that, we're gonna go to the next one, which will be number three. Okay. Number one is, how do you feel about the Supreme Court Roe versus Wade decision? What's your thoughts on that?
I don't necessarily agree with it, just because it's kind of a no exception kind of thing, and I think that's not okay. It's one thing if you're using abortion as a birth control method, then I'm like, yeah, absolutely not. It's another thing if you are assaulted, because that is not something that you're choosing to have. So to be forced to carry a child that you didn't choose to put there, you were forced to make that. I don't think it's okay for anybody to force you into that position. So I feel like there should be exceptions to that. So I think it's just ridiculous that we're doing something about that, but then we got gun control that we're not even touching. Like, we're just putting that on the back burner. So we getting schools shut up, supermarkets shut up, all these other things. And so the thought is, let's deal with some abortion, and let's not worry about that. So I think for me, that's the thing that I don't really care for. But also, like I said, I've never had an abortion, thank God. But I think people that make those type of decisions are people who have never been assaulted or anything like that. I think that's what my thinking is that to say that there's absolutely no exception, you have to be somebody who's never been assaulted and never been put in a position to have to carry the memory of what you had to deal with and carry it in your body and have to deliver. Like, I really think that's what that is. They've never had experience that, because if you have children and they would go through that, how would you feel if that happened to your child? And then would you be okay with your child having to hold on to, like, I just can't see anybody saying, oh, absolutely. So.
All right, thank you, First Lady Tammy. I definitely hear you on that one, because it's a two-way thing. It's going to be a lot of mixed feelings, because you have the ones who just don't really care about life, and they're very irresponsible, which makes people lose that type of empathy, compassion when that things happen. And I can understand why a lot of people will most likely get into that celebration of restricting a woman's body. However, you do have those few, right, that was forced against their will. Right. Now, could there have been a balance? Yes, there could have been a balance of things. It could have been a balance where it's like, okay, if you have any proof, okay, because nobody don't want to carry the seed of, we won't just say the word great, a great baby. You know what I mean? So nobody don't want to have to carry that type of seed around, and especially if you already had a future up ahead, and that is like ruining like your future as a young child, because now you're stuck having to raise a kid or make a decision to pretty much, put that kid up for adoption if the option is not termination. But then, regardless, even if you decide to terminate, or delete, it will still play into your conscience, in your psyche as a woman. And I'm not just saying this because I'm guessing. I'm saying this because, I've been to some of these rallies before where it's like, trying to support the pro-life. Um, and, these are like actual women who went through these situations and was able to testify and then was able to express, hey, this is what really messed them up, and this is how they felt afterwards. Want to show salutes to Marcus. Thank you for joining in, Marcus. Brother Marcus, that dude. Okay. Now, first, like Tammy, we're going to jump to the number 2 question. Marcus, thank you for joining in. After that, we're going to jump into number 3, and Marcus, I'll let you answer. But number 2, Tammy, is there's anyone to blame for the Roe versus Wade decision? Men, women, government, etc.
I don't know. That's kind of hard to say. I mean, you could say the government, because they're the ones that made the final decision. You could say the women that are in support of that decision. I don't necessarily think it's one group of people that we could say are to blame for it. I think it's more than just one. It's more than just one that you could say is responsible for that. So yeah.
Okay. I think you first, right, Tammy. All right, brother Marcus, that dude.
What's up, Marcus?
Yeah.
How y'all doing? By the way, sorry, my apology.
Pretty good. Actually, I can answer the number 2 because I know it's gonna be quick. Is there anyone to blame for the Roe versus Wade decision? Men, women, government, etc. And then we'll jump to number 3.
At this time, I will be out of this stream. Goodbye, guys.
All right.
I'm just playing. No, I'm just playing. I think it's a mixture of people's choices. So it's like yes and no. Like, at the end of the day, people will want to support what they want. That is the freedom of choice when it comes to America and whatever you want to do, whatever you want to vote for. The thing about it is, the blue states are still allowing, the self deletion, because we can't say the A word on YouTube, but the blue states are still allowing it. Y'all can still go. I know it might have to go take a little car trip or a flight somewhere, but the blue states are still allowing it. The contraceptives are still there. As far as that side note from it, but if it's to blame, it's a mixture of everybody. I'll just answer like that.
All right, thank you, Marcus. Okay, so let's go ahead and jump to the number 3 question.
Yeah, I don't know who to blame, so I just blame everybody.
All right, hey, any answer's a good answer, right?
Yeah,
It's all your fault. It's all y'all fault. I'm just playing.
But I wasn't there, Marcus. I wasn't there.
I know, because I was there. I saw the news.
Yeah. All right, number 3. Can men and women both make better decisions as far as intimacy? Okay. Be easy, that dude. I'm going to let you go next.
Yeah, I think that this is a no-brainer. That it's a yes. I would be flabbergasted if anybody says no. And when it comes to these sexual irresponsibility, if it if it takes two, to tango, and tussle, then we need to evenly split, the blame and the accountability. It could be argued that the woman should have more accountability if they want to go with the mantra of my body, my choice. Then that means the buck stops with you. Therefore, you should take the brunt of the responsibility, blame, and accountability. But I guess that's subjective. But I think yes, people need to practice sexual discipline and you know, they say marry before you carry. I know most people don't do that, but if you are going to have kids out of wedlock, then just make sure that you're there. You know, just because you procreate and have a child out of wedlock, or you dislike you know, your baby's mother or father, doesn't mean that you have to be a negligent parent with that kid. You know, sometimes people make too much. Oh, they had the kid out of wedlock. They had the kid out of wedlock. That doesn't mean that his daddy ain't around. That just means that they wasn't there. So that's why those numbers are actually really misleading. I'm not saying that they aren't alarming, but they are highly misleading. So I think people need to just focus on not only the sexual responsibility, but also being an adult. You know, okay, cool, you made a mistake. Don't just be beating yourself up. I had kids out of wedlock. Oh, she didn't abort the baby. You know, now that the baby is here, take care of it properly, like you're supposed to. But I think the better decisions should be exercised by both genders.
I agree with that.
I agree.
You know, I mean, I feel like people need to take the sex very seriously.
Wrap
You
it
know,
before you tap it.
exactly. You know, put the strap up, but people don't do that. I think people get into the emotional feeling and they just do it raw doggy style.
And you know,
And
it back at the days, they used to talk about this all the time. Like even on they used to have commercials of this. You know, I used to see people back in the days on the bus where they used to have the necklace as a, you know, as like condoms and stuff like that. You know, they used to talk about it in movies and stuff. It's like they don't even talk about it anymore. Like you don't even hear that no more. In this new era, you just hear like raw dog, and it's, a lot of things changed.
OnlyFans.
That too.
Yeah, actually, I was watching some on YouTube, and it probably some guys just joking around, maybe not, but there was like these two young men that was bragging about how many women that they, you know, pretty much like, you know, slept around, you know, raw dog, pretty much raw, no condom, and the list was going on, I think, to like 11 within a week. You know, I don't know what their mission was, but maybe they was just like trolling, joking around. But you know, I don't think that's something that should be like really even like highly praised off, because you're talking about you're clean, but the other people that you're messing around with, how do you know if they're not clean? And besides that, how will you know that you didn't mess around and actually like planted some seeds like in a woman's body? So you know, especially with, you know, all this stuff that's going on, and yeah. And shout outs to A Peace of Mind. Salute, sister. Thank you for tuning in.
Shout out, peace.
Yes. We all doing well too. Hopefully you're doing well yourself. Okay. All right. Wes, what do you think about number 3?
Can you restate the question again?
Yes. As I'm scrolling, it says, how can men and women both make better decisions as far as intimacy?
Thank you. Well, we need to, in general, understand the consequences of it. We've had 2 generations now where we've kind of put less emphasis on consequences and put more emphasis on living in your feelings. Not realizing that, you know, encouraging people to not get married. You know, marriage was always a protective structure for both the man, the woman, and anything they produced. Once we started breaking that apart, you know, where do your loyalties go? Yeah, no one can quite figure that out because it's torn all over the place. So how can women make men and women make better decisions? Actually, you know, realize, well, I can produce something. And unfortunately, people learn too late. You know, Dave Chappelle kind of made the point very well, where he's like, well, you know, if it's a baby, if a woman chooses it to be a baby. If not, it can be a clump of cells. And why is it the men don't have the right to choose? Well, I don't want to pay for it. Now I'm
Yeah.
getting a bit broad there because it's a really difficult, really big question. How can men and women both make better decisions as far as intimacy? To just actually make better decisions. The best way to take something seriously is to actually take it seriously. I suppose if you're dealing with your friends that are talking about how they just want to go out and sleep with some random person, just tell them it's a
Shoot
bad
at the
idea.
club with their gun.
Just tell your friends that's a bad idea. Do you actually know these people? Do you there's no fulfillment in being with random people all the time. That drains your soul because it's not how we are meant to be.
Yeah. I think that's a good point that what you said. And here's the thing: what you're saying right now is something that what Miss QB was saying earlier when she wanted to expound on what Be Easy said. And basically, she says that we need to become more educated and diligent with our sexual activities and health. We need to we need to round up our young people and educate them on alternatives to sex. And I think that's the thing that you have to really like start off with. You know, it's the education. Educate yourself. You know, this ain't just like no game that you just play around with.
Mm-hmm.
Now, real quick, let me welcome in to Truth is never favored. Truth, welcome in. Thank you for tuning in, Truth.
What up, Truth?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, sir. My brothers and sisters, how are y'all doing today?
Nice to see you.
Very good.
Good.
Truth, since you're here, right? How can both men and women, make better decisions as far as intimacy? Excuse me.
Bless you, brother.
Bless you.
I mean, for me, it's basically pretty simple. You know, we just got to do a better job of, having discipline. You know, that's where it starts at. It's just having discipline and, making the right decisions. And the right decision for me is plain and simple is, choose the person that you're going to be with for the rest of your life, do the vetting, and that person, whoever you're going to be with, is the one you be intimate with. Plain and simple. And that way you eliminate a lot of this Roe versus Wade problem. Simple.
All right. Oh, go ahead, DJ Eddie.
Oh, okay. So, this is what I think about the question, right? I feel like the men and women should to know the consequences before even laying down. To know that it's possible that you may, like the man may get somebody pregnant and things like that. You have to know the consequences. If you know you're not ready, you're not prepared, you shouldn't. So we shouldn't even get involved in that. But I remember, I'm in my 30s, so I don't even have kids yet. It was based on, you know, I was in high school, and my teacher had a baby planned assignment. So we basically had to take the babies home with us. It was a toy baby. I don't know if you remember that M3, but
Oh yeah, I remember that.
yeah, man. We literally had to take care of that baby doll to keep it from crying, and it tells you the time limit when it was, how long it was crying, and things like that. It had a time limit on there. It'll tell you. So that right there made me think that, yeah, man. It's hard. It's hard, man. It's hard, and we knew the consequences at our age, man. We was in high school, things like that. So it's easy to say to send out a message, but you have to actually go through it as well. Maybe you could do what we did, to make you think, like, yo, man, maybe this isn't the right way to do it. It'll help you. You gotta just know what you're doing before getting involved into sex. Basically, is what I'm saying. And yeah, they're when I mean consequences, I mean it's hard. It's not an easy thing. It's hard with one, and you got some out there with 3 to 5, 6 kids right now. It's hard with one. Okay, so you can imagine what they're going through. And I just feel like we should stay focused and know what we're doing before we lay anyone down, before we tap it. That's all I'm saying.
Let me build on that. Listen, okay. Man. Some people are gonna get mad at this, but it is what it is. Look, man. Men, we know, man. All right, we know. Even when we young, we be knowing. All right, we know when a girl just a hoe. We know. We know when she's gonna be more than that. Go ahead, laugh, Marcus. Everybody laughs. It's funny. Laugh.
I'm out.
Because it's
Bye.
true. You know what I'm saying? We know when she's girlfriend material. We know when she's wife material. We know when she's kind of in between. She a friend, but we may knock her down. We know. We will never ever touch her in life, no matter what the circumstance. We not touching her. Period. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't care. I don't care what she's wearing. I don't care if she's butt naked. We not touching you. Period. You know what I mean?
Some
be knowing.
Some will, Mr. Best.
We know, but we know. We be knowing. You know what I'm saying? So that's why I put it on the men, because we know. Yeah. Like we know now. If you are a teenager, a kid, or you a very very young man, I kind of say from 18 to 21. Yes, Quantum Love, we agree on this one. Hey. Finally, we agree, Quantum Love. Finally, you know what I'm saying? So yeah, what's good? Grizzly Bear Production. What up? Shout out to you, Access Entertainment, Pharaoh, the whole crew.
Shout out,
you know what I mean?
Chris. Mm-hmm.
So we be knowing. You know what I'm saying? So the thing is, that's why I blame the men for this stuff to be happening, man. You know what I mean? Then don't be coming 10, 15, 20 years later complaining, or now you want to be in the kid's life, or now you want to make all these apology tours and all that. It's too late for all that shit, man. Like you knew what it was, bro. When you stuck your thing up in there, you knew what it was. Some of us have come through because a man betted that he could be with another woman. You know what I'm saying? I ain't even gonna lie. I'm a oops baby. I am. It wasn't supposed to happen. I'm a oops baby. I'm just gonna keep it G. And it's not saying that my mom is a bad person or my dad's bad. It just wasn't what it was. It was in the hood. It was young. That's all you need to know. You know what I mean? With that being said, you know what I mean? We be knowing, man. We be knowing. You know what I'm saying? So you know that Susie down the block is a hoe. You know she a hoe. You know. Everybody told you. You know what I'm saying? In fact, your best friend just slept with her. You know. But you still gonna mess with her. You still gonna mess with her. And that's the problem. You know what I'm saying? Yes, we do have to mature to get to a point where we don't do that type of foolishness. You know what I'm saying? But I was taught at a young age. I was taught what kind of smells to look for in a woman if she wasn't fresh down there. I was taught to always protect myself.
The new fresh.
This is at a young age. This is at a young age. You know what I'm saying? They taught me to finger test, all that. Make sure she smelled right, all that. Like I was taught this as a very, very young man. You know what I mean? And the number one thing I was talking about, and I have no kids, 0 kids. You know why? Because I was taught at a young age, the Floyd Mayweather principle. Protect yourself at all times. Okay? Protect yourself at all times. You know what I'm saying? Because the thing is, listen, when you ain't protecting yourself, look, man, you having 1 baby, 2 babies, you can't, there's really nothing really you can do. I have family members, man, they got 1 or 2 kids and they losing their mind. Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. And then forget about and then I'm just talking about the economic part. I'm not even going to get into the baby mama drama part. I'm not even touching that yet. You know what I'm saying? That's his own little debacle on its own. But just financially, they just losing their mind. You know what I'm saying? Because they could barely afford to take care of themselves. Yet another life or 2 lives. You know what I'm saying? So that's the thing. At the end of the day, if you like to travel, okay, if you like to buy yourself some things, don't be having all these kids, man, because it's gonna cost you. Okay? Because child support will be on your ass. Okay, I'm not even gonna say the whole word, but you know what I'm saying. They will be on you, and they will take whatever they need to take from you. Okay, whether she's right or wrong, they will get your money. Trust me. She take you to court, she's getting that money. All right. So be careful who you lay with, man. Watch who you lay with, watch who you stay with. You know what I'm saying? Protect yourself at all times. If you have to give it a morning after pill, whatever you got to do, brother, make sure you have any discussions. Make sure you let her know. And make sure you pay for these things if this is what you want to happen.
Right.
All right? You got to pay as much as you weigh. You can't be telling a sister to do this and do that, and you ain't willing to be a man and pay for it? Come on, man.
Right.
Men got to start being men again, man. We got to start being men again. We want the title, but we don't want to take responsibility. A man makes sure that things are taken care of. Look, baby, I know we had what we had last night. I don't want nothing to happen to you. Take this $100. You know what to do. You know what I'm saying? Nothing else needs to be said.
And candy canes.
Yeah, ain't nothing else need to be said. But men need to start being men. You know what I mean? She got an appointment at the hospital. You may not even be rocking with her like that, but she got a little appointment. She's kind of unsure. Listen, if I can't be at the appointment, I'm gonna make sure you know how to get there. I'm gonna make sure you got travel, make sure you got food, all that. Whatever you need for this little doctor's appointment, I got you. Even if I can't be there. And this may not even be your girl. But you know you don't rock with Shorty in that way. So take care of her. Be a man. That's it. Men gotta stop being men. Stop being these lame, dusty, pussy ass dudes and be men. And that's all I gotta say about that, man.
And you know, Mr. Best, there's still men out there in their 60s that's still paying back child support. They're still paying child support since this day. They paying like 60 to 30,000 back child support.
Hold on, guys, hold on for a minute. Tammy did ask, can she go next? I told her I was gonna let her go next on this one. But I gotta also give her shout outs to excuse me. Riz.
Riz, what up, baby?
All right. Tammy, go ahead and rock it out.
Okay, so there's a lot of things that have been said, and I find this to be very interesting. So like Wes was saying, when your friend goes to do such and such, tell me, that's not a good idea. And Eddie King was saying, people need to know what they're getting themselves into before they lay down. Like, let's just be honest. You know what might happen if you lay down and have sex. You know that is a possibility, whether using protection or not, that you could get pregnant. I mean, the likelihood that you're gonna get pregnant if you ain't using protection is higher. So people are aware. People just don't care. That's the thing, is people just don't care. And you have it where people say, "Oh, well, this isn't gonna happen to me." You've seen the shows on a fraternity court. Oh, we only had sex one time. You hear it all the time. Like, they don't know that it only takes one time. They only say that because they on there. They know they shouldn't have been doing what they're doing. But the reality is, people know. People are aware of that. When you do that, you can get STDs. You can get babies. You can get all kinds of things. So people just do not care, and they out there doing all kinds of different things with all these different people, and they are not caring about it. So it's not a matter of people need to know what they're getting themselves into or understand it. They know, they're aware. Telling your friend, that's not a good choice. It's like, come on now. Your friends know what they doing. They know what they doing. You talking to them for what? Because the reality is, you could talk to them, but they're gonna do what they want to do anyway.
Yeah.
That's the thing, is you could tell them, that's not a good choice. That's not the right thing. It's not going to lead to this, that, whatever. But your friends are going to do what they want to do if they want to do it. So the thing about it is, you could be that friend that tells them things, but the reality is that your friend's going to do what they're going to want to do anyway. And when it comes to having babies come whether you use protection or not. So the only way a baby's not going to come is if you're not doing anything. And how many people are not doing anything? So there's a lot of people doing stuff. So the thing about it, you have to be intentional about the type of people that you decide to involve yourself with. You need to actually take the time to get to know these people that you're involving yourself with. And that's the thing, is that we live in a generation right now where everything is instant. People want instant gratification. They want instant everything. So if you're not getting that, you're going to move on to the next person. So the thing about it is that people need to be more intentional about who they're involving themselves with. They need to pay attention to things. They need to pay attention to red flags. They need to pay attention to all that kind of stuff. There's plenty of people that did them classes where you had the baby and it was a timer and all these kind of other things. And them people still have babies and got pregnant. So that class, it helped some people, but it didn't help others. And then you have some people say, "Oh, well, that's not going to happen to me." Yeah, I know that happened to some people, but that's not going to happen to me. Well, I'm going to do this and I'm going to do that. I mean, the reality is, you can't predict the future. And the person that's talking about it, this ain't gonna happen to me. You exactly the kind of person that's gonna happen to you, because that's your attitude. It's not gonna happen to me because you're not being realistic. So I think that people need to take accountability for the decisions that they're making and start to do things differently. And some people, and reality is some people are just not willing to do that. Some people are not willing. You know,
okay, y'all, brother.
Some people are not going to. They're not going to take responsibility for what they should have done differently. That, I should have got to know him better. I should have got to know her better. Like Mr. Best said, I knew she was a hoe. I knew she was a hoe. I still wanted to do it. I still wanted to get mine that day. I still wanted to, I know my homeboy hit it, but I'm trying to see what it was
Tammy,
like.
they haven't done sticky in 4 days.
I know that was my friend's man, but she told me about what he was like in bed, and I wanted to see what it was like too. People need to take accountability, because this is the way that people talk. That's the things that take accountability for your decisions and start making some intentional different choices.
Yeah.
Okay, real quick.
Brother West gotta go. So before he goes, I want to give a shout out real quick to Mr. Killer. I see you in the building. Peace of mind, I see you in the building. Mr. Glucose, I see you too. Brother West, go ahead and say say your goodbyes. We'll spotlight you real quick. I got him.
Well, thank you for having me on. Happy to be able to participate. I'm kind of running out of steam here, so I'm going to be quite not easily understood too far after this. But this is the new public square. Everything that's been going on YouTube, having panels and actually having open conversations. So I really love these things. I love participating with them. So everyone out there that's watching, go ahead, like, share, subscribe. Let's teach people how to communicate again and not get hurt by it, because everybody up here, we're having disagreements, but everyone's cool with each other.
Yeah.
So thank you again for having me on here, Mr. Knowledge and Relationships, and I hope I see everyone out there on the YouTube streets.
Nice to meet you, Wes.
Peace out, Wes.
Thank you, brother. Thank you.
Hello, my brother.
Peace out, brother.
Wes, I'll give you my credit.
Real quick.
Hold on, y'all. Hold on.
Hold on, everybody.
Hold on, y'all.
Hold on. Wes, do you have a YouTube channel?
No. I used to have a channel a while ago, but I stopped posting on it, and I privatized everything. But no, I did news and politics, and shit just got too crazy.
Oh.
And there was no money in it, so this is a fun hobby for me now. There's all these interesting social conversations going on that I like to be a part of, because I get to hear other people's opinions and thoughts on subjects, and I get to provide something, and we get to have an actual conversation, which is what the Western world has been missing for like 20 years now because of things like Facebook.
Right.
Got you. Want to give a quick shout out to Miss Polly Wright. We see you, Miss Polly Wright. Feel free to come up if you like. You know what I'm saying?
Go ahead and air her for that.
Yeah. Grizz is next, from what I know. So Grizz.
Well, can I say something real quick?
Yes, Tammy, go ahead. I'll give you 30 seconds.
I just wanted to add, also, as parents, it is your job to inform your kids. Don't allow someone else to inform your kids about sex and all these kind of other things. Don't put it on somebody else. As the parent, you need to make sure your kids are aware of all these different things. So that's the last thing I wanted to
add. Okay.
All right.
So Grizz. Okay, so Grizz is next. After that, Eddie, definitely build on what you got to build on, bro.
Okay.
So Grizz, how can men and women both make better decisions as far as intimacy?
As far as intimacy, you know what? I'm gonna actually kind of take it back to when Mario first introduced me. When Mario introduced me to the Christian dating thing.
M3.
I'm sorry. I appreciate. Hey,
fuck it. They already know my name. M3. All right.
Mr. M3.
You and Stanley Joseph always be calling me Mario, even though that's my name.
I'm sorry, M3.
Right? Because y'all kept calling my name so many goddamn times. M3. But it's okay.
Yes, sir. I got you, my dude. Sorry about that. I apologize for that. So when M3 introduced me, first introduced me, back in the day about the whole Christian dating thing, I thought that was weird for me. When you're dating, you're supposed to be kissing and hugging, there's different rules in the streets. But then I was honestly, not kissing, having someone else there, accountability for when you're dating. I was like, that right, I like that, where you mentally and emotionally get to know your individual, the person you're dating. You know, if you're like, you know, going to an activity like going golfing, basically, I feel like communication, going doing an activity. You know, if you like going double dating and getting to know your spouse. Being a man married for 15 years now, communication is absolute key. Doing something spontaneous. You know, having basically, I feel like as far as intimacy, because I knew this one girl, she had a baby by a dude that she barely knew, and now she's pregnant. And I'm like, I told her from the beginning, do not go out with this dude. I don't like his energy. He's not going to be for you. Now she's living with the consequences. But and I know countless other people that's like that, but I'm not gonna get into that. But it's just, I feel that when you're dating or being with somebody, get to know them. Don't just rush to hug and kiss and trying to be in the bed with them. You know, go learn who they are. Even if it's for 2 or 3, 4, 5 years, especially if you're in your 20s or you're in your 30s or 40s, they got some stuff that's been happening to them for years. And it's like, I know people who get involved with a person. All right, wait, you got PTSD? Wait, you carry a gun? Wait, you got a murder rap? I'm like, you didn't know that from the beginning? And I just feel like people need to communicate, talk to each other, and not be so quick to trying to jump in the bed with somebody, just like you know what Miss Tammy said. And also too, like I said, being a parent of my own. I mean having a child of my own, educate my son, because my son said he was to be a doctor and a lawyer. I'm like, okay, make sure we're on that path. Getting your kids involved with other people and getting your kids involved and educate the kids. But that's what I want to say.
And
go ahead, DJ Eddie Bill, bro.
And a lot of times, you know, even in some let me say this again, some churches, you know, a lot of times, you know, it'd be certain people there that they'd be like, you know, I'm just trying to get right and this and that, the third, but they really just want to get married quick and fast just to have sex. Yeah. You know what I mean? And the majority of the time when it doesn't work out, guess what? You don't even see these people anymore inside of the church. Yeah. You don't even see that no more. So that a lot of that has been going on as well. You know, and you know, in my mind, I feel like, you know, those that do go to church and those that don't go to church, I feel like those that do go to church should have more common sense than the ones that don't. You know what I mean? So what I want to say is, but I understand that it happens, you know, as far as men, we don't approach a woman and ask her, even when we have a conversation, we don't ask them to have sex. It just happened. Yeah. You know, it just happened, you know, a lot of times, and I get it, you know, but there are consequences, and I feel like it's not that we just pick someone off the street and just go have sex with them without even knowing their name. You know, a lot of times that don't happen. A lot of times, you know, we got to know the majority of the time who we dealing with, and I agree with you, Gris. Like, communication definitely is the key before jumping into it. But you know, you got some men, they might say, hey, we want to try it out before we make this relationship happen or before getting into marriage. You know, I feel like you shouldn't worry about that, you know, because, you know, I hear the quote, the words of a man that always say, well, you know, vagina is vagina. If that is, then you shouldn't even try it out. You should already know what it's like then. So it's better to communicate and set yourself up financially before you even getting involved, before you even laying down, because you never know what might happen. But, you know, a lot of times what guys do use condoms, right? You know, it happens sometimes. The condom rips. You know, that's only if you want to be cheap. If you want to buy a cheap condom, yeah, it's gonna happen. You know, that's gonna happen if you want to be cheap. And this new, and I want people to understand that this is a new time age that we're living in right now, right? That they are not using condoms, and a lot of times they don't even know what a condom is, because no one has been taught to them. You feel me?
Man, if you don't know what a condom is, you shouldn't come outside.
Right, but I'm saying this is what the new age is.
Come
this
out
is
to the
what's
real
going
world.
on. Yeah, but this is the new
Respectful.
world that we're living in right now that they don't even know what that is. It's like, what's that? You know, they truly don't know.
Some people call it a snakeskin.
If you don't listen, if you don't know what a condom is, you're a grown ass adult. Man, you gotta.
Nah,
you need to
they
go back
know
to
what it
school.
is.
Nah,
They
something.
exercising the option to
You know what I mean?
Shout out to
not
Wiz
use
Khalifa,
it.
Beezy. Shout out to Wiz Khalifa.
Beezy. Let's not play games. Now you know that they got a lot of big influencers, like far as rappers and things like that they look up to. They don't use the term strap up or use a condom. They say raw.
But that don't mean that they don't know
Raw
about
Ronnie.
them. They know about them and they're choosing not to use it.
Are we talking about grown? Are we talking about grown adults? Or are we talking about kids?
Listen, be easy. The youngsters that
Are you talking about kids? Okay,
Yes,
okay.
the rappers are
the
technically
youngsters,
adults.
right? That are young. The youngsters that are I'm talking about the youngsters, right? That are looking up to these rappers that just normal people. They're listening to them. Now the rappers are the ones that's probably using condoms. They probably using it, but they're not telling the ones that's looking up to them, to use it. They talking about going in raw and all kind of stuff. And this is what's been going
So
on.
Eddie,
No, me
are
and
you
Tom
talking
are
about
Uncle Luke.
Uncle
Uncle
rappers
hold
for
on, I
their
got a
You
question.
think
I got a
Uncle Luke
question.
was raw dogging?
Hold on, y'all. Hold on, y'all. Hold on.
It's not just
So
rappers either.
So Eddie, are you talking about youngsters as far as like teenager youngsters, like kids? Or are you talking about some grown ass adult?
I'm talking about like teenagers, like you got 16,
Oh,
17-year-old that's going out doing that. I didn't heard from a 13-year-old talking about putting another young girl in positions.
Yeah, it's called
He's
Show
13
Teen
years
Mom
old,
on MTV.
and he listens to Young Turk and all them. That's all they favorites. That's what I'm not putting the blame on him. That's part of it though. But then you also got cats that's in their 20s that's a little bit older than them, saying the same thing, going in raw and stuff like that. Oh, you supposed to go in raw. I've heard these conversations. Even the smartest ones that that go to school that's not even really in the game. Like they not really into life like that. They stay talking like that. The youngsters. This is new.
In this situation, you have to ask them this question. Like, who's raising y'all? Okay, where's your daddies at?
Yeah,
where's the and here's the thing, right? Where is the functional parents that will come into your life and give you some common sense? I'm gonna put it like this. I'm gonna be 100% honest.
Yeah.
I feel like now these days, no one's a role model. Okay? Everybody's gonna tell you whatever they want, they feel like telling you because you're not their seed. They don't give a damn about you. Those old heads, those people that you look up to the block, they don't give a fuck about you, bro. None of us.
Right. We have no more role models.
They all they care about is sitting back in the Cadillac, smoking weed in the back, all right, and just getting drunk and getting high in the sky, all right. Ask them for parental guidance. You ask them for anything. You can't even ask them about stocks, bonds, liabilities, assets. They can't teach you these things.
Right.
Okay. They can't.
But
teach
a
you
role
shit.
model can. I disagree with you there.
Yeah.
Hold on, BZ. Hold on. I'm gonna say this. Hold on, BZ. Let me say this. Let me say this. I asked one of my uncles. I just said, man, I was growing up as a child. Like, yo, you wasn't there, homie. Like, where you was at? And this dude went ballistic and started calling me weak and all this other shit. And I'm like, bitch, I was just asking where the fuck you was at. I mean, at that point I wanted to knock him smooth out, but you know what I'm saying? Like, cause it's like you being like super disrespectful now. You know what I'm saying? Me and him don't speak. You know what I'm saying? You know what it is. You know what I mean? If I see you in person, it may still go down.
Where's Khalifa?
You know what I mean? So at the end of the day, you know what I mean? I don't like that dude. Love him, but I don't like him.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, you know what I'm saying? I'm sorry, I got triggered. At the end of the day, I'm gonna say this, right? Woo, that made me mad. At the end of the day, I'm gonna say this, man. Like, I'm trying to get my point because I'm really mad about that for real. Woo, I'm gonna say this at the end of the day, right? These old school heads don't like MT was saying, they don't care about you. You know what I'm saying? And I think the youngsters are being led in a wrong direction. You know what I'm saying? These old dudes still trying to be young out here. You know what I mean? And their day is over with. Their day and time is over with, dog. Like, yo, 45 for you is a wrap, bro. It's really a wrap for you. You know what I mean? Just let it be, let it go. know what I'm saying? Let it go. You know what I mean? Bump some Wu-Tang and go sit in the back somewhere.
Shout out to Frozen.
Let it go. You know what I mean? It's over for you. You know what I mean? That's about it. Go ahead, Sister Lola.
I want to say this. I can agree with everyone on the panel as far as what men and women can do, but I'm hearing the what. I'm not hearing the how. I'm hearing like what, like, and most people know that, right? The what, but the how and the why, those are more intricate things that people want to understand so that they can make a change, right?
P goes into the V,
Yeah. So, but what I want to say is this. My father used to say, and I mean, he still says it to this day, that your choices are only as good as your options. And I know from my own research and observation that human behavior is very finite, meaning that there's two things that motivate human behavior, which is fear and sex. These are like the two major motivation factors for everything. It always kind of sort of boils down to fear of something and sex. Like desire motivates, right? But desire never motivates as much as fear. Like your desire to feel good does not motivate you as much as if you are in pain. Like you move a little faster when you're in pain than when you just want something, so to speak. And that goes across the board. It doesn't matter what kind of human you are. That's what it is. With that being said, I feel that from a legislative and or governmental standpoint, I think the government and or leadership, whether it's state government or federal government, I feel that they have a responsibility to take into account these things and understand that if you incentivize anything, you're going to get more of that thing. And I think the government had a rude awakening with COVID. Whereas I know in my state, there was this big argument over continuing to give people unemployment. And the conversation was people don't want jobs because they're just getting unemployment. We have to cut the unemployment so that people will be incentivized to work. They knew that very keenly, and it didn't take them 50 years to figure that out. But it's the same concept that if we incentivize people not being responsible when it comes to sex and being reckless, then they're just going to have more reckless sex. Why not? If nothing's going to happen to me, why not have reckless sex? It's fun. It feels good. And a lot of these females know they like the feeling of a dude shooting up the club. They like that. Now, most females, most females, they not the type, like they not cut from the same cloth I'm cut from. Don't get me wrong, I'm not coming down on people for liking being shot up at the club. But my thing is have that $50 the next morning so you can get that pill.
Yes.
That's all I'm saying. Because even if you got hard, if you know what I mean, okay? If you know a random dude that you didn't know just finished putting his raw penis up in you, there's a 99.9% chance you might get pregnant. So the morning after pill is something you should be taking. Unless you under 13, everybody know you should be going to Walmart to get that. But if you end up 3 months pregnant and after being hard or having unprotected sex, at the end of the day, you wanted that baby, you wanted that pregnancy. And if you try to say now you want an abortion because things didn't personally work out for you, listen, you're reckless, you know what? And my thing is, from a government standpoint, take away people's options to be reckless. And I'm telling you, they'll make the proper decisions and you won't have to worry about it. Because right now, in a lot of states, as you guys said, people don't have that option at all. Other states have limited that option. So as women, we don't have any more options. It's like we don't. You can argue and fuss and fight and march, but at the end of the day, if you get pregnant, you having that baby and you're going to get strapped. And if you think that every employer is going to want to put out extra money to have you on because you strapped with a baby, think again. Because I'm a business owner and I wouldn't employ a female if she had a bunch of kids and was strapped. It's like it costs more to have females on your payroll than it does to have men. We know that. So if you don't want to strap up and have pussy management, that's on you. And in life, as I think somebody said earlier, there's winners and losers. You will be a loser. And don't nobody care at the end of the day. So the best thing that can happen is for the government to say, you know what, these are the rules, like it or not, tough it out. If you want it, you want it. If you don't, you don't. Do what you need to do. You have options, which is contraceptive. If you don't want to take that, you're having this baby. And as far as the men is concerned, right? Because the government can't force you to marry the woman that you're having sex with. I feel like if the government put harsher, let's say, restrictions on men when it comes to, as they probably have already, but when it comes to this, having women pregnant, right? At the end of the day, men have to practice penis restriction too. Shooting at the club can't be with every random chick. And honestly, I used to be a case manager at child support. And I used to have to ask dudes after they give me their sob story and they crying and stuff like that. And I just asked them, like, did you feel this way when you and her were having sex? And they always said the same thing. And I always have to tell them, how does that feel now? I have to take every dollar out your bank account. Was the ass worth it? Really, was the ass worth it, y'all? Real talk.
Man, we got to clip that one. Hold on, sister. Pause on that one. Hold on,
Mr.
Pause on that one. Hold on, Eddie. Hold on one second. Hold on, because I know B Easy has something to say, and I kind of interrupted him in the middle of the speech. Salute to 100 watts, and then after you go, you can rock it after that, bro. Be Easy, go ahead, bro, because I know I interrupted you. My fault, man.
I mean, I just want to reply to M3. He was saying that no one is a role model. And I mean, if that's the standard that we look at, then really there's no hope for anything, right? We shouldn't even be having these discussions about anything because no one's a role model. Therefore, no one should be qualified to speak on certain things. But I would just say that I believe there are role models out there, but people don't gravitate towards role models. They gravitate towards dysfunction, depravity, and then afterwards they start looking at where are all the role models. They've been in the same places they've been. Are you checking into libraries regularly? Are you going to art museums? Are you going? You're not going to these teacher meetings. You're not involved in politics. People like, nah, I'm not political. And where you gonna find the role models at? Like, are you volunteering to be a teacher? Say, nah, I don't do that. That's where you would find a role model at. Y'all, not you specifically, but some people are going to sports games and talking about where's all the role models. Dude, you sitting in the stands watching football, watching a bunch of, mediocre, educated people play sports. That's the only role model you're gonna probably see in that instance is the coach. So I think that there are plenty of role models. It's just people don't know where to look for them, and they have a distorted view of what a role model is. Growing up in the hood, pimps, players, hustlers, thugs, those are the role models. So people think that this is the standard of role model, but when you're looking in other communities, or just maybe if you're in college and other settings, you see doctors, lawyers. I mean, I think that would be a good position to label them a role model, right? You can teach something from them. If it came down to a person being a lawyer, a doctor, a librarian versus a gangbanger, are we going to really say that the librarian isn't a role model because none of us are role models? Then what is there to strive for if none of us are role models? Why shouldn't I be a gangster? Since the librarian or a doctor isn't a role model, why shouldn't I be a thug? Why shouldn't I be a pimp? I'm on the same level as a doctor. Neither of us are role models, right? You know what I mean? So that's why I just think that I think we should be careful, and I think that we do need to highlight the actual role model so that we can say, look, this isn't what you should be trying to emulate, and this is. Doesn't mean that you have to be a doctor, but maybe you can emulate some of the behaviors that the doctor is exhibiting so that you can practice more discipline over your life. You don't have to be a doctor or a mechanic to, be able to pick up on productive behaviors and patterns. I'll just leave it with that.
Yeah. All right. Let's hold on. Wait. I'm sorry. Hold on. Let me reply real quick, and then I promise I'll get back to you, DJ Eddie.
All right.
Okay. So yeah, I do agree with you. Like universally, like I mean, there are of course role models like all around, but in most like underprivileged communities, like let's just say we're just going back to like childhood, like when you're in your own community, like you're not even having a thought to branch out, which branching out is pretty much like the ideal choice if your community kind of sucks. But for a lot of people who have that type of mentality where it's like, well, I want to look for someone, who I can relate to, someone who looks like me, or someone who acts like me but is in a better position. You know, those type of people, unfortunately, within those small communities, don't really take the role of a role model, nor do they try to be. And you know, for other people, let's just say let's just say in other words, you may have like those people that came from your community that graduate like as doctors, lawyers, librarians, teachers, okay, and they have pretty much the wisdom and the wisdom that they have that can present themselves to be like a role model. Unfortunately, like I said, and I'm just talking about just community wise, right? Not globally. Unfortunately, you have like those type of people who will actually turn you away because they look at you that you're not like them on their level. You know? And maybe I should have made it more clear as far as like, like the idea of like what people are looking for, because yes, if people really have that mentality to kind of go out and branch out more, then yes, you're gonna find, those type of people if you try. But within your communities, if you're just looking for those type of people, you're gonna have a hard time. I just know for our experiences, we had to kind of go out from our hood, to look for like, people that we could actually look up to, or people that, who have that type of status. Sometimes, the main ones that kind of helped us wasn't really our own people, unfortunately.
Yeah.
But I should have made it more clear though.
But a lot of times, right? You know, Bees, you said that there are role models, but I'm for me, only I don't see none. Only the ones that I not that I grew up with, but the ones that I've been known since I went out the hood. It's the role models. You actually gotta go search for them, but there's rarely like a few. It's not a lot because a lot of times, when I do talk to a lot of OGs, they will tell me like, listen, man, I'm not. That's an OG. One OG once told me you got to let them bump their head. That means you got to let them do what they want to do until they come down to their senses and to finally realize what's really going on. But by then, it'll be too late. That's how I feel. It'll be too late by then. But then it's, if you come into your community, the only time these youngsters will communicate with you is if you had a background. If you had a background on things that you were doing that you weren't supposed to be doing, they look up to cats like that. They'll listen to cats like that. Like they'll take some advice and then they won't take advice. But if you got some that's just coming out of that don't know no better and feel like they can talk to them like they on the same page, that's definitely not going to work. Like I'm talking about like older cats, other older cats, and a lot of times they get shot because they don't know how to communicate. And that's why you don't really see a lot of OGs around that's not that are role models. You don't see them a lot. You just see them in the house, or you see them in different countries or something like that. It's the only time you'll see them. They ain't nowhere around. They not. They not. Unless you living right next door to one or something, you may come across something like that. But I'm talking about for us going out searching. You ain't gonna find them. If you're gonna find them, then you're gonna find a problem. You got a lot of them. They don't even want to talk to you. A lot of them actually looking for a problem. A lot of them actually are looking up to these youngsters today and doing what they doing, which is a shame. But that's what's going on.
Okay. No, I hear you.
Yeah.
Question: did anybody else answer number 3?
Yeah, everybody.
Well, make sure.
Everybody answer number 3.
Okay, all right, for sure. All right, we're gonna move on to number 4 because we're kind of close on time. But number 4 is: are you personally affected by the Roe versus Wade outcome?
No, I'll just answer it quick. No, I'm not affected. You go ahead and answer the question or pass it to somebody. No.
All right. Truth. What about you, man? Did this outcome personally affected you? Hold on. Truth is still okay.
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah.
No, I mean, the way I look at it, nothing, when people do things like voting and things dealing with the government, stuff like that, at the end of the day, only thing that affects me directly is me. So, I mean, stuff always operates on the outside. But, I mean, at the end of the day, nothing touches my doorstep except for things that I do. Even if this was in some type of way for me, if a woman got pregnant, and I've shared this, I think on another show that I was dealing with one woman, and she was basically a female that just only called me up when she wanted some, and we was doing that for off and on for about like 3 years, and then we had linked back up, did us. And then one day, I'm about to head home, and, she caught like an attitude and then actually questioned me, like, where am I going at? And I'm like, well, when did we start to do this? And then she said, you know what? This is what I'm talking about. That's why I got rid of it. And I turned around and looked at her. I said, say what? You got rid of what? I said, are you telling me you killed my baby? She was like, well, yeah, you wasn't going to be with me anyway. I said, so you're telling me you killed my baby? I said, okay. After that, I ain't called that girl back since. Because I don't play that, man. Like, if you don't want the child, give it to me. And I mean that. I want my baby. I'm not like no other man out here where I think the baby is the woman's child. No, that's my seed. That's my essence that came from my loins. That's my child. You don't want it, give my baby. And yeah, when she told me that must hurt me, man. Like, still thinking about that to this day. So no, I ain't with the abortion thing. I don't play about that. Life is precious. Life is too precious. And then there's people out here crying on their knees, begging God, to open up their wife's womb, for them to be, fertile, so they can bring their likeness into this world. And then you taking that blessing to create for granted? No, bro, it's something wrong with that for me. So, nah.
And I think that's where, like, people. I'm sorry, DJ. I'll be quick.
I'm sorry.
I think that's where people really see the victory of this overturn. Well, I mean, regardless, like, forget about. I'm not sure. Well, whatever. Forget about, like, the force arrangements. I'll just say it like that. I'm only just focused on, like, the ones, like, who have a blessing to be fertile, but you're abusing that. You're abusing that blessing that is given to you. You know, it's a God given right for that seed to be planted, for you to be able to cycle through and have children. But for a woman to carelessly not even think about the consequences, not even care, it may not affect her back then, but I guarantee it's affecting her now. That shit haunts women. You know, when you kill something, when you delete something, and out of your own will, especially you're not even really, having a communication, with the person that planted the seed into you, like your womb. I mean, I think overall it is messed up the way how they got things set up, where it's like, your body, your choice. I get that. But if it takes two to create like a kid, at least make it by law. Make it something where it's like the parents can have both consensus if they want to keep the kid. That way it doesn't affect no one's conscience. That way it doesn't create that bitterness. But America is just so screwed up. And I think this is why this stuff is happening. Go ahead, DJ.
Yeah, no, I agree with you, M3. I agree with you. Now, how do I feel about abortions? I don't support that. I've said this before. I don't know if certain women out there don't see this, but it's you start an abortion. It's just like killing somebody on the street. I've said this so many times, man, and I don't know if that's the majority of them don't look at that like that, look at it like that, but they should, and then because later on down the road they're gonna think about it. They will think about it. I don't support that, man. I don't support that. I don't come from that. If it happens, it happens. If even though it could be a mistake, but now you're responsible. Now if you you can also get advice from people that has kids that's going through it right now. Some for some people is easier for them, and those are the ones you could talk to. But as far as like I didn't heard about majority of women throwing babies in the trash and getting abortion behind the men's back without even telling them. They had to find out through their homegirl that it happened that way. And I'm telling you right now, I don't support that. Now, I feel like Truth is right that that's my seed. That's both of our seeds, right? But even though it's in her body, it's in her womb, so whatever decision she make, let's just say she do get an abortion, that's not on you. That's on her. Like she got to answer that when Judgment Day comes. She has to answer those questions to the Almighty. At the end of the day, we don't. Because that happened to me too. Somebody I had got an abortion. I told this story before. My decision was yes, but I said, listen, my decision was yes, but it's your choice as well. It's your choice. It's your body. It's on you. It's not on me. But then it be for the petty reasons. I've heard a lot of stories of men telling me of the reasons why, they woman had got an abortion because they was like, well, listen, I got an abortion because you don't act right. You don't act right. Yeah, you've been acting funny ever since that. I've heard these conversations. I was like, what? So you got an abortion because he's acting funny. Or he didn't call you back the next 3 days. It's like it's stupid. It's stupid. But hey, look, let me tell you something. They gotta answer that when Judgment Day comes. That's on them. That's on a lot of them. That's on a lot of them. That's why I said people need to think before they lay down, though. They need to think before they lay down. This could happen. this could have happened, man. You know, it's guys out there that's broke, you know, and they having babies. They have like 2, 3 kids, man, and they broke. They ain't got no money. Going back and forth to jail from child support that they not paying.
Right.
You know, making the wrong
Exactly,
decisions. Like,
DJ.
yeah, you know. So I feel like, man, think before you even lay down with her, man. Think about what you're doing. You know, at least have some type of money coming in. You know, get on your grind, man. Make sure you settle. Make sure you right first. Get some money. Not saying that pick the money over everything, but I'm just saying at least have enough money to where you could take. If the mistake happened, you could take care of her and the baby. You have enough money to do it. You know what I mean? So that's my take on that. It's crazy. It's crazy. It's crazy.
Yeah, I wanted to, and this is another thing, the way I look at it. I mean, well, what hurt me the most is like, because, you know, at this time, my children were already born. So basically, I have an idea. Like, my genes are very strong. Like, both of my babies look like me. So I'm like, basically, like, literally, figuratively, physically, you killed another me. That's
Right.
what hurt me. And like, I know everybody say they love their kids, but I actually love mine. Like, I'm not one of them people that say, "Oh yeah, I need a break." I love mine, like crazy about mine like that. Like, I enjoy being with my children. I'm one of them dads that, you know, my children, you know, I'm not kicking them out when they turn 18. I'm spending as much time with them as long as possible. You know, I would rather them be, both of them be with me until, you know, they find their significant other that I can pass them off to. And also, I plan on having more children when I get married. You know, children are a blessing, man. They are a blessing. Like, to share in God's gift, creation. That's the greatest thing you can ever do. To bring your likeness into this world, to manifest that from spiritual to physical. Like, and like you said, to take that gift for granted when there's people out here that will never be able to do it. I've met women that as soon as they talk about it and they look at other people's children, they just start crying because they can't. They are barren. And you are just okay with just getting rid of life like that? Like it's nothing? Oh, my life, oh, I got this job, or I don't want to mess up my body, or anything. Anything. Like, I just don't get it. I don't get it. I would be so, like, just talking about it now, I'm just hurt. Just thinking another one of my children is like, it's just, my child is gone. Like, gone. Like, what was it going to be? A boy, a girl? Like, who were they going to be? I know my children's personalities now. You know, my children, still to this day, they want me to have more children. You know, they want more brothers and sisters and things like that. So, you know, I would never right now like share that. Like, yeah, you know what? You had one, but somebody discarded it like trash. You know, and then for the people that's so-called pro-black, it's an old survey that said if they would have stopped aborting black children, right now we would outnumber the white people. We would be in a position of populist power. How about that? So that's why it's missed me when we talk about, oh, we need to seize power, we need to seize capital. We would have did it. We would have did it. So, yep.
All right, salutes to that truth. Real quick, I will definitely welcome Trump, best president forever. Okay. Also, thank you for the fall as well too. All right. Yes, this is definitely like a very touchy subject, but thank you for tuning in. So we gotta get to the next people. All right, First Lady Tammy. Let me get you next.
Well, I just have a question. So, Eddie King, you said you're absolutely no abortion, correct?
I said what?
You said you do not support abortion at all, correct?
No, I don't.
Okay, so is there any exception?
What do you mean?
Is there any exception where abortion is okay?
No.
No exception.
No.
I see where you coming from.
So I'm asking you this because if a
I
woman
don't support that.
if a woman is forced to have sex against her will and gets pregnant, do you think that's an exception?
Everything.
I would love to answer this.
I don't believe in abortion. I don't believe in abortions. I don't believe.
So okay, so the reason I ask is because, like I said earlier, I think that when somebody says no exception, is somebody who has never had to go through being assaulted and being forced to carry a child that is a reminder every day, every second, every minute of the assault that you went through. Having to know that assault, the result of that assault is growing in your body. That the assault itself is traumatic. The fact that you are carrying a result of that in your body, being forced to do that is a whole new level of trauma in itself.
It's not the baby's fault though.
So it's not about, so the thing, like I said, like for someone to say that is someone who has never had to go through that.
So
and I
don't have to go through that. I don't have to go through that. Here we go.
Listen, so hold on, because you know
one mic.
I didn't interrupt you. And I'm saying this because it's very easy to say, oh, no. It's very easy to say that. And in answer to the question, I think every woman is affected by this. Because if a woman gets assaulted and there's this no abortion, no exception, this is a trauma that you cannot even fathom if you have not experienced being assaulted. It is something that you cannot even begin to fathom. And as a parent, and I don't support abortion, I don't. But I do believe there are exceptions, because to say, yeah, it's not the baby's fault, but you also have to look at the fact that that was not something that person chose to do. They didn't choose to lay down and get pregnant. That was not their choice. That choice was taken away from them.
Okay.
So it's one thing if you laying down doing what you do and you get pregnant, that's a whole nother story. You knew when you laid down there what could possibly happen. Whether you use protection or not,
can I ask you a question?
You know that.
Hold on, y'all. One mic.
You knew that when you lay down.
I'm next after her.
You knew that when you lay down, if there was a possibility, whether you use protection or not, that you could have gotten pregnant. That's one thing. And I know somebody who had recently had an abortion at 5 months. And it was I don't want my guy to know that I was pregnant. In cases like that, you've lost your mind.
Okay.
Like you knew what you were doing. You knew what you were doing when you lay down. You knew what you were doing. So the fact that you think that that's an okay thing to do is unacceptable.
There you go.
Now, like I said,
One mic, y'all. One mic.
like I said, if you are forced, and I say this because I have experienced being forced. Now, I didn't get pregnant, thank God. I could not have something like that growing in my body, knowing that the result of that is feeding off of anything that I put in my body. I have to feed that trauma every day for 9 months, and then for 9 months at that time, and then after the fact, after knowing that like I said, to say that there's no exceptions is to say that without even thinking of the traumatic experience that person has to go through, not only when they went through that assault itself, but the after effects, because there's after effects when you're not, when you don't get pregnant, there's after effects. And that trauma from that assault is going to be with you for the rest of your life. But the fact that this thing is now, it has to stay inside me, it has to grow, I have to feel that move. That, like I said, that is a trauma that you could not even fathom. And to have this, well, it's not the baby's fault. I agree, it's not the baby's fault, but it also was not that person's fault that was forced to go through what they went through. That was not their choice. And it's one thing if you choose to do certain things, you need to take responsibility for your choices. Take accountability for your choices, because you knew what you were doing. When you did not choose to do that, that's a whole nother story. And I have a daughter, and as much as I do not support abortion, if that were to ever happen to her, I would support her 100%, because I don't want her to have to experience dealing with that. And even, like I said, even though I did not get pregnant, the trauma from that is still something that years ago this happened, like in my 20s, but it's still something that to this day is something that is traumatic for me now. I have anxiety due to things like that. So that, like I said, there has to be exceptions. It can't be a no exceptions thing. It can't be. And I feel like the people that made that decision is because they're not thinking in that way. They're thinking in other ways. Because they, like I said, they haven't had to experience that. And thank God they have not. Thank God they have not. Because I don't know. I don't know what they would think, what their decision would be, and I would hope it would be different. But there has to be exceptions. There has to, and to not have to go through that. Thank God if you have not been through that. But if you have been through that, there's so many traumas that we already have to deal with. I mean, what if you are taken advantage of by a family member? Let's look at that. You're taken advantage of, and it happens all the time, and it's not talked about because there's this whole keep it in the family. We're not going to talk about that. Family protection, all this kind of BS. What in cases like that? So the fact that happens, and then you have to no, I'm sorry, no. That to me, I'm sorry. I can't see any parent who finds out that has happened to their child and they say, well, you're going to go ahead. No. Your child's already gone through that trauma. Not only what happened, but the after effects. So, yeah, like I can't even. But like I said, there has to be exceptions. So for somebody to say no exceptions, it to me, it just does not make any type of sense to say no exceptions. There has to be exceptions.
I'm gonna say this.
Can I reply to that, bro? Can I reply to that real quick? Oh, go ahead.
Definitely. But hold on, I haven't spoken yet.
Go ahead.
Yeah, let 84 go, and then we're gonna respond.
Wait, hold on, guys. Hold on.
84 go. Yeah.
Wait, hold on. Wait. Best, hold on. Let DJ Eddie reply real quick. Wait, hold on.
I haven't even spoke at all. I didn't say nothing.
Let him speak because she's trying to put this jacket on my back. So go ahead, Mr. Best. Go ahead and speak.
Yeah, I wanted to speak too because I was.
Hold on. Okay, hold on. Because we got to keep the flow going. Because remember, if Mr. Best will speak, We gotta give DJ a chance to.
No, that's what I said.
No, definitely, I am, but I just need to see my piece real quick, and then after that, y'all they can rock out.
Yeah, and we gotta be easy too, though. So
and then be easy as well. Yeah, definitely.
So
I've been trying to get in.
No, I just want to answer a question because she asked.
Hold on, y'all. Let me rock out real quick, y'all.
Go.
Let me rock out. So my thing is this, right? At the end of the day, that happened to one of my siblings. That happened to my sister, and it was a family member who did that, and she was a minor. So you know what I mean? They all word her. You know what I'm saying? Forced her to do it, and she had to have. You know what I'm saying? She had to have an abortion. You know what I'm saying? So it's serious, man. Like those things happen. You know what I mean? And at times, yes, you know what I mean? Unfortunately, that has to be the result of the action. You know what I mean? I would have liked it maybe it could have been different. You know what I mean? But when it comes to women who are minors or women who are or females who are minors or women who are, who are great, then yes, I can understand that. Because at the end of the day, I don't have to deal with the trauma the woman got to deal with. I ain't got to carry no kid. You know what I'm saying? As a man, I don't have to do none of that. You know what I'm saying? I can implant the seed, but I'm not carrying the kid. I'm not carrying that trauma that Tammy's talking about. I'm not carrying that at all. She's carrying that. And if that happens, you know what I mean? Especially when you know somebody that happened to, like, yo, it really affects you. Like, it really affects you. It affects the whole family. You know what I'm saying? Like, it really bothers everybody in the family. You know what I mean? I think that it's crazy that at times, you know what I mean, when these things happen, you know what I mean, people, we have to be understanding in all situations, man. We do. We have to be understanding in all situations. You know what I mean? And that still upsets me to this day that happened. There was nothing I could do about it because I found out about it, like, super late because she was embarrassed. You know what I'm saying? She was embarrassed, man. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I mean? At the end of the day, you know what I mean? It's not right for these things to happen. You know what I mean? And we have to be careful. You know what I'm saying? On, like I said, when women lay down with a man, they are vulnerable because they can get pregnant. We can't. No matter what we do, we ain't gonna never get pregnant. You know what I'm saying? So with them, so that's why I feel the way about it because I've had that experience happen to me with family members. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? I've seen how the effects of it with women who have to go through assault and who've been raped and all that. It's a real thing, man. It's not a joke. You know what I'm saying? And so when they go through those traumas, you know what I mean? It's hard for them to really deal with. You know what I mean? Some of them try to delete themselves and try to delete the child within them. You know what I mean? So because the trauma is so real. You know what I mean? So and it can last for a lifetime. As Tammy said, she still feels something, and she, she's 40 years old. I'm sorry to give you your age away, Tammy. My bad.
It's okay.
But you get what I'm saying. Like, it's a real thing, y'all. You know what I'm saying? And we have to definitely take it seriously. You know what I'm saying? And if she's a minor, or if she has been forced to do something that she was not consenting on doing, then yes, if she doesn't want to keep that child, you know what I'm saying? I wish she would put it, up for adoption or something like that. But if she chooses to do the leashing route with the child, then I completely understand why she would do that, based on the determinant factors that women go through, that me as a man I will never ever go through. So yeah, y'all go ahead and rock out.
Truth, go ahead. I'm after you, Truth.
All right, make this short.
Better than me.
Yeah, I'm gonna make it real short and easy. Majority of families go through, and I'm telling you, majority, where the little girls are touched by family members and little boys, because we don't talk about what happened to little boys. But since we're talking about the female, I have a daughter, and I actually said this the other day. If she were, God forbid, because Lord knows what I would do to that man if I find him. I just don't even want to think about that.
Mm-hmm.
But God forbid if that were to happen to her, I would plead with her and beg her, please have this child, and if you don't want to keep it afterwards, let's give it up for adoption, because at the end of the day, We are not God.
Mm-hmm.
It don't matter whether it is about being right. No, it's a sad thing that happens to anyone that be violated at that expense. That's not what we're talking about.
Right.
The violation happened, and like Tammy said, it's going to be with them for the rest of their life. Getting rid of the baby will not change the violation. That's a whole nother beast.
Make it worse.
Abortions come with trauma. 2, I know women that say, oh my God, I wish I never did that, because they still haunted by my baby. They are haunted by physically the effects of abortions. Some women have became actually unfertile because of these things. So it's just not either way, it's not an easy go. At the end of the day, we're talking about morality. Not just because we can, or the allowance or the ability to do so. And this is where I be trying to tell people, like, everybody want to claim that they good, but soon as something don't go our way or something is taken out of our hands, you will see how quickly we change back to selfishness, and basically survival mode goes back in effect. It's no more morality or, oh, I want to do the right thing. Oh, no, my body. I'm going to kill this thing. No longer a baby no more. It's a thing. It's a it. Even though it breathes, it thinks, everything. And that thing could be somebody great. Somebody that grows up and could very well save your life on a train one day when somebody's trying to rob you. You wouldn't even know it. And that's the thing. And that's usually how stuff works. The person that we usually put down is the one that comes behind and saves us. And it usually work out like that to let you know you don't have a right to determine to put nobody down, or better yet, to determine who lives and breathes. We don't have that right. And that's how I look at it. Everybody has their opinion, but as for me, I stick with God first, and I believe in life. I would plead with my daughter to either keep 9 out of 10. I probably would, like, knowing my children and how we are about babies, the baby healthy and everything like that. If her mind is stable, of course, if her mind is not stable, she's thinking about the trauma, it's constantly reminding her of the assault. Of course, that's probably not a good event. But if she was able to get over and see the life growing inside her, and most people, if you talk to most women, when like ones that get accidentally pregnant, they don't want the baby initially. But once they see the baby moving inside of them and they feel it, and they grow in love and everything like that, I'm speaking.
Let him talk. Let him talk. He's speaking. Let him talk. One mic.
One mic, everybody. One mic. Go ahead, Truth.
Again, once they learn and feel the baby grow inside them, things change. Yes. And if I ever could get a chance to speak to this person, I will bring them on specifically for this, so you can see how their mind changed. Is that for everybody? No. It takes a certain type of person to say, above all, I'm going to still choose to do what is right, even though I was violated, even though my innocence was taken away from me. That's not the baby's fault. That baby didn't do nothing. It's not an it, it's a person. It's living. So a lot of people look at it as an it. I look at it as life, regardless.
Yes, sir.
Y'all would rather delete it? I will not. That's your decision. And like everybody else, we will meet our maker one day, and then we will hand it to him, and he will ask us, what did you do with it? And then, like everyone, all of us will give account of every word that we utter and all our doings. That is my opinion. I would keep the baby, and I would plead with my daughter, my baby girl who I love. That is my best friend. That girl cling to my daggone leg every day. If I leave out the door, she fell in the floor like she was dying. That's my girl right there. That's my baby. I named her after me. I would plead with her and say, baby, can we please try? Please. And I would give it up for adoption if she didn't want it. If we could keep it, I would keep it. That's me.
Yes, sir.
All right, all right. Let me say this real quick, right? I like what Truth said at the end. Decisions, in his opinion. We'll say this again. Decisions, in his opinion. That does not mean it has to be fact with you guys, or it could be non-facts. You know what I mean? But to him, this is where he's coming from. I gotta get to Be Easy because Be Easy was patient. Be Easy, I'm gonna get to you. After Be Easy, DJ Eddie and Tammy, you guys could, go at it.
Truth actually said he actually broke it down, man. I am blessed to have somebody like Truth to break it down like that, because I also had to come at her at a different level, honestly. But I would like to thank the Almighty that I did not. I would like to thank the Almighty for somebody like him to even break it down like that. Because, and I'm right with you on that, Truth. Because people try to put a jacket on my back like I support.
Wait, hold on, DJ Eddie. Hold on, DJ Eddie. I gotta get to Be Easy.
I just want to say this real quick. I know. I don't support women being assaulted. I just want to throw that in there. I don't support none of that. So go ahead, take it. I'm taking it from there. But thank you, Truth. Appreciate it.
All right, go ahead, Be Easy.
Okay, yeah, man, it's intense, man. So a lot of stuff was said, and I don't think I just. First of all, let me say I'm vehemently against abortion. However, I'm not against it in, like Lady Tammy said, in certain situations and circumstances. And I respect Brother Truth, and what he said is from his point of view, and that's his standpoint. And I don't have any disagreements with that per se. I just would like to interject some other options too, because I seen M3, you had put it in the chat too, but it was just some scenarios that I was going through in my head. If you were a newlywed couple, and then you didn't have no kids, your wife didn't have no kids, and she got raped, you know what I mean? Would you really be egging her on to have that kid? Some would, but we like to deal with the majority, right? Would the majority be egging their wife on? And this could be someone that's completely opposed to abortion, but in that situation with their wife being raped, they never had a kid, and their first kid is going to be a great baby. And then let's just say that they do have the kid. Are we to believe that this person is going to treat that great baby the same as their future babies? We could speculate and say that they would, but do we truly believe that? If that was your mother and she got raped, would you really be egging her on to have that baby? You know what I mean? If your daughter was underage, would you really be egging her on to have that baby? Maybe some people would. I personally don't believe the majority would. It's up to the individual to determine if that's right, because that's subjective to say what is right, especially when you said the baby didn't have a choice in the matter. So if someone got raped, what choice did they have? You know what I mean? So then we want to come in, and the only choice that they have is kind of selfishly like, here, carry that trauma, the trauma that I don't necessarily have to carry, the baggage that I don't have to carry. Maybe I do have some baggage. It's not as heavy as yours, but you're essentially just telling them, not you, Truth, or anyone on this panel, I'm just speaking generally. I'm not like quoting anyone, but I'm saying from the talking point, what it appears is.
No, you good, brother.
Yeah, I'm not saying this to you or DJ Eddie, but I'm just saying, like, it could appear from someone objectively that you're kind of telling them to suck it up. Like the baby didn't have no choice in the matter that you were raped. Kind of suck it up and have the baby based on my beliefs, But what if their beliefs are is best for them and how they deal with trauma to not have it. So I think it is a very touchy subject, and I can see both sides. So that's the only reason why I would leave it open to those instances. And I know that's an anomaly. So I'm not against people using, baby deletion as a form of birth control. I'm totally against that. But yeah, the incest type of stuff, like your mother and her brother having a kid, when you start thinking of it like that, you'd be like, okay. So if you think is that disgusting for your mother and brother, or if it happened to your wife, then isn't that kind of the standard thought process you should apply when having these discussions? So that's pretty much just my position on that. And I definitely agree with Truth, because what he said earlier, I had the same situation happen to me too, like down to the T, where a woman just chose to just terminate the kid, like without even my say so, right? My body, my choice, right? And I don't even have any say in the matter. But then if she chooses to bring but if I say, look, I don't want the kid, and she proceeds to have the baby, now I'm in the wrong. She's not in the wrong because it's her choice to delete, but I'm in the wrong if I choose to walk away. I would never do that, because that's some cowardly stuff, you know what I mean? And I would never advocate for deadbeat parenting. But it is very contradictory. You know what I mean? Like I planted the seed, and yes, you did fertilize and carry the seed, and I created and you procreated, right? So we needed each other. But then when it comes down to you going to the doctor's office, it's like, I don't need you. Your opinion doesn't matter. But what, only my money matters? And only my opinion and me being a father only matters after conception? You know what I mean? Like, we got to keep the same energy. So if they are the states that have the baby deletion, they need to be getting the father involved. And you'll start seeing a bunch of women have to truly admit, like, oh, I don't even know who the father is. Or they'll have to say, look, this person is the father. Okay, cool. Let's call him up right now. Because if he's the father, you got his phone number, his Instagram, his YouTube. You should be able to contact him. Let's get the consent. Because as soon as the baby gets produced, they're already going to ask anyways. And I think it should be mandatory paternity test prior to the baby getting popped out. You know what I mean? Let's get these. We need to eliminate deadbeat dads. We need to eliminate sexual irresponsibility. And if we ain't going to eliminate it, then we need to have social accountability. And I'll land with that.
All right. Thank you, Be Easy. All right. So, First Lady Tammy or DJ Eddie, whoever want to go first, go ahead and say what you guys need to say.
She could go.
Right,
Then I'm after her.
I don't really have anything else to say. So I mean, I respect. I can respect difference of opinion. Let me say it that way. So yeah, I just respect the difference of opinion, and I would hope that my different opinion would be respected as well. So yeah, so I'll just leave it at that, right, and not say nothing else.
All right, go ahead, DJ Eddie.
Well, I just wanted to say, first of all, I don't support anyone getting assaulted at all. First of all, second of all, at the end of the day, I just want to say, I am deeply sorry that this is happening all around the world. But is there reasons to this? I feel like there's reasons to it when it comes to the Almighty. I feel like when someone do get assaulted, it has to, everything to me is a reason when it comes to the Almighty. It could have been somebody in the family, they probably done something wrong and suffer the consequences this way. I mean, you never know. But I don't support taking another life. I don't support telling women or anybody else that it's okay to do that. No, I don't. Listen, no, it's not. It's not okay. I don't support abortions. Period. Regardless of your feelings, regardless of whatever, I don't support that. That's not up to me. That's up to you. That's up to the Almighty. I don't support that though. And at the end of the day, when people do stuff like that, you will have to answer to that in Judgment Day, not me. Period. Point blank. All the souls belong to the Almighty. So I just wanted to throw that up in there.
Hey, so DJ Eddie, so in that scenario, like if you was one of the newlywed hubby and your wife, and she happened to get raped and was pregnant, would you, hypothetically keep the same energy in your belief?
Yes. I am not above the Almighty. Period.
No, I can respect that. And if you had another kid of your own biologically, do you believe you would treat your kid the same way as that grape baby?
The baby has nothing to do with what happened. I mean, the baby has nothing to do with what happened. I'm gonna raise that baby. Period. If I ain't gonna raise it, listen, there's a lot of programs, you know what I mean, that you can sign up on, and they can also help you with and tell you what to do with the baby. If people don't want to take care of it, it's better to do that than to take the life.
Yeah, I'm with DJ.
For sure.
Let me say this though.
Can I say something real quick? One thing. One thing.
No, go ahead, Tammy. Go ahead.
One thing I've learned is that, and not just in this situation, just any situation. A lot of times, people will say what they would not do, and we can all say what we would not do until we're in that situation. So it's very easy to say, "Oh, I wouldn't do this," or "I wouldn't do that." And I'm not just talking about this situation. I'm talking about any situation. It's easy to say, "Oh, I would not do that. I would not do that." But you really, truly do not know until you're in that situation. And that's just a fact.
Yes, I do. Yes, I do.
Hold on.
She's still talking. She's still talking.
So it's easy to say what you would do because in your mind, you say, this is what I would do. But the reality is you really, truly don't know until you're in that situation. And I mean, you have to look at like women that are in abusive relationships. I'm pretty sure before that one was in that relationship, she said, "Oh, I would never let a man do this. I would never let a man do this." And then they're in that relationship and they're allowing that man to do that. And then other people sitting there like, "Well, why would you do that? Why would you do that?" They can't get it. So like I said, it's very easy to say, "Oh, I wouldn't do this or I wouldn't do that." But we truly don't know what we would do in that situation. So
that's them. That's not me. That's them.
Of course, it's not you, Eddie King. It's never
that's
you.
them. That's
It's
them. Everybody don't think alike. Everybody don't think alike.
It's never you.
Yeah, it's never. You damn right. It's never me. You damn right.
All right, let me say this.
At the end of the day, M3, I don't know what decisions you're gonna make. I can't read your mind.
All right, so let me tell you this though. Let me break it down, right? Because the reason why I asked this question, because like and look, and if that's your decision, right? Hey, I totally respect that. No matter what, 100%, anyone's decision. Me. I'm just gonna say it like this, and it's gonna sound like I'm gonna sound like a hypocrite. I'm all for, the life of kids. But I know my own temperament. And if I was in that situation, to the question that I asked, okay, and especially with the law that's already being passed around that you can't really delete the kid, I am not going to treat someone else's kid as if I treat my own. I'm going to be flat out honest. And I would not even dare to raise another man's child that does not belong to me. Yes, it sounds cruel, and I don't give a shit. Either that baby's being put up for adoption, or I would delete it myself.
At the end of the
Okay?
day, I can't tell
Wait,
you.
well,
What
I'm not. Wait. I'm not done.
Oh, you paused. You paused. You paused for a long time. I didn't know.
What?
You paused for
Okay,
a
hold
long
on.
time.
I'm not done. I'm not done. Okay. The point is, I'm not raising nobody's kid, especially in that type of situation. Okay. Either that, or men, like, you know, if a man can't handle that, look. Only thing I can say is like those two options I mentioned, or that third option, you know, leave your spouse or whatever, if you can't handle it. But it is it's a hard thing to do, and it's easier said until it actually happens, because those emotions gonna rise up. Because the thing is, if you can't get to the man, who else can you get to? That shit really affects like a dude's mental, for real. That shit will really affect that, you know. Even like, look, I'm glad I don't even have no kids to even care to even worry about this stuff. You know what I mean? But still, for the dads out there, you know, protect your daughters, educate your sons. Make sure that, hopefully, as God's will, that you guys don't get caught up in having to make these like type of decisions. But if you feel like, okay, hey, you know, it's all good, you know, I'll go try to find a way to delete the guy and still keep the seed. I say, look, that's very noble. You know what I mean? And I don't judge what y'all do. Okay, because that's a decision that you guys believe in made. I think what people need to understand is that, look, opinions is gonna be an asshole, no matter what. You're not gonna like what the person says. The person will be like, okay, well, you know what? I believe that, you know, the lock on abortion, to cancel abortion, I believe all the way through that it's a benefit to the country. While some people feel like, well, you know what? You know, we should continue to have those type of options. And some people are going to say that, look, I don't care if the person got raped, you know. I believe that a child should still be born without any penalties for it. But that's everyone's opinions. That doesn't make a person any less than whatever. It's just opinions. You know, like I said, I express my opinion, you know, and I don't care if I get judged. I just know I would not want to be in that type of situation, especially the type of dude I am. That's all.
Hey, I just want to ask the same question to Truth, because I know Truth, you said that in that situation, if it was your wife and she had graped, you would want her to have the baby. And would you treat that great baby the same as your daughters or your future children? Because I know the way I answered and M3 answered. I just would love to hear your answer on that.
I think well, go ahead, Truth. But I think he answered the question from earlier.
He did.
But I could be wrong. Yeah.
I think he did already. Truth, you there?
His mic is on, but I can't hear him.
Well, I mean, he did. He answered it in a sense from his daughter. I think that's one scenario. One scenario. But I mean, I know he did. I know that he said he would
Yes,
have.
sir. I would.
Yeah.
Yeah, you would
I
like
would,
her to
I
have
would.
the baby, but the oh yeah, the second
okay.
part of the question was, would you treat that kid the same way as your daughter? That's the part he didn't answer. Because I know M3 is like flat out like, I'm gonna keep it real. No, I'm not gonna treat that kid the same way as my biological kid. And I think that's how most people feel, whether they would say it blatantly like that, but I don't know. It's kind of hard to say that you would treat another person's kid. That's one. And the other caveat is that they're a product of grape. You know what I mean? That is something, you know, so. And like Tammy is saying, like, it's for some people, they really stand on what they believe in. So they're saying, no, I don't believe in it. I think most people would say they would say what they wouldn't do, but then, you know, when it's right in front of you, you don't really know. You know what I mean?
Listen, M3, this what I would say, right? Like if I was in that situation, I know my family. I don't have to say nothing. I'm not making nobody do what they should do, or I don't have to say anything. All I can do is just to keep it in the Almighty's hand. I'm gonna let Him do it. I'm not doing it.
Thanks.
I'm not going after no rape. I'm not doing none of that stuff. I leave it in the Almighty hands. And you know, certain people got families that you can't talk down and tell them, well, don't do this, don't do that. I'm not doing that. I know my family though, but I'm telling y'all that I'm not doing that. I let her have that baby. Okay. Now we can sit down and have a conversation on if you want to keep it, as far as like raise it or not. You know, if you don't want to raise it, there's programs you could go to. Now, what am I supposed to do if she does want to raise it? Right? If she want to raise it, what am I supposed to do? Turn to the kids and say that it's your fault? Do I turn to the kids and say, man, it's all your fault? No. I'm going to treat that kid just like one of my own. It's not his fault. If she does not want to give him up, you know, to someone else. To me, it's just the right thing to do. To me.
I would say for me,
easy.
You know what I mean? I would say for me, I'm gonna let you rock out truth after I'm done. I'm gonna just say for me real quick, you know what I mean? If it was somebody that I was with, you know what I mean? If I'm with this woman and she gets raped or whatever, and she's having she you know, if she's expecting, you know what I mean? You know, I would be supportive of her completely because she just went through something traumatic. I'll be like so supportive of her, so empathetic and sympathetic because I'm like, dang, like my woman just got raped. Like, yo, you need to go. We need to do counseling. What we need to do, babe? Like, let me know what we need to do. Whatever we need to do, I'm with it. You know what I'm saying? Whatever we need to do, I'm with it. You know what I mean? Now, if I didn't want a child at that moment, I would express to her, like, look, I don't really want kids right now. You know what I'm saying? If you want to keep it, then you know, let's talk about certain things. Like, what do we need to do? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, what would you need? Because she may have to go. If she do have the baby, she may go through postpartum, right? You know what I'm saying? Because she's already traumatized, so now she may go through a deeper form of depression, which happens with a lot of women after childbirth. You know what I mean? These are things that we don't have to deal with. Like, you know what I mean? Like I said, like I have two sisters. You know, they've been through postpartum. They've been through these situations. Like, this is stuff that I've never had to deal with as a man. You know what I mean? And so when they introduced me to this world, especially with me becoming an uncle, you know what I mean? Thank you, Quantum Love. You know what I mean? When she was having my nephew, she was going through a lot of different things. She was really depressed. She was having postpartum, and so she would call me. She'd be crying, and she'd be like, "I don't know what to do," and I want to throw the baby against the wall, and she would just be tripping. And I'm like, yo, no. Listen, calm down. Go outside. Do this, do that. You know what I mean? Or just talk to me. What are you feeling? What are you upset about? I'm upset that why do I have this child? Why can't I work? Why can't I go to school? Like my life is just over. And I'm like, nah, your life is not over. So it's like you're good. We're gonna get through this. Let's ride this out. What do you need? You need some Pampers? What do you need? What do you need from me? You know what I mean? I'm here. So I think that a lot of times we just have to be empathetic and sympathetic to what that woman is going through, especially if she's been great. Like she's been great, like I'm gonna figure out what she needs. You know what I'm saying? And then from there on, we'll talk about, you know, if she wants to have the child, if she don't want to have the child, what steps we need to take, and then we'll just go from there. Salute too. Oh, I'll let M3 do this salute. I
got you, dog. When the raindrops fall from the sky, even though it's dark and cloudy tonight. All right, she stole my thunder. She says, "Hello, everyone.
Hey.
Hope everyone is doing well." Yes, we are. Yes, we are. Thank you. Don't forget to get the likes up, everybody.
The big rig is crazy.
This is the Icebox conversation.
Shit, M3 was sounding like Mario for real though. Versus.
Thank you, Lady Sophia. Thank you.
Yeah,
ahead,
easy. Yeah, no, you good, bro. Yeah, if it was my wife, same thing. You know, I would definitely plead with her. I would plead with her and say, hey, I'm going to be here. You know, this is a situation. Again, woe to the guy if I find him. So, I mean,
So,
that,
also, truth, would you treat the kid the same as your biological kid? And if so, why or why not?
yes. Essentially, see, for me, it's about responsibility. So once I make that decision of taking on that responsibility, I step up as a man. That's just what it is. So I'm going to love that child regardless. That child did not, the child is the result of the act. He did not commence the act. So he's not at fault. He did not do this. He did not cause himself to come into existence. God, regardless, gave that seed life to be able to come in here. It's not easy getting pregnant, bro. It just doesn't. Oh, we have sex and then everybody's pregnant. Some people go for years trying to have sex. So when that baby come, it's meant to be here. It's meant to be here. Some pregnancies don't even go full term. People lose children. Like it's not an easy thing. So, I would once again plead with her. At the end of the day, we already know the world has laid the decision at the woman's beck and call when it comes to life of a child. So at the end of the day, I really don't have a say so, but I would say, I would plead with her, hey, if you can't deal with it and we can't keep it, then yeah, let's give it up for adoption. But let's preserve life and let's continue to respect God. That's how I look at it, bro. And a lot of people are different. You feel what I'm saying? Where they'll say one thing and then do a next. You feel what I'm saying? But I'm one of them people that actually relish in being different. I look forward to proving people that I'm gonna keep my damn word. I look forward to making people a fool about my word. So trust me, when I'm saying what I'm saying, I would keep that child, bro. I
Yeah,
would.
no, and that, yeah, no, and that is your perspective and standpoint. So I can respect you. I can't say that you're wrong because those are your beliefs, just as well as someone saying me, M3, or Tammy, or anyone else is wrong because of their beliefs. So I respect that you don't budge on that. I just would like to ask
Yeah,
you
no doubt.
something else, because I know you said something about playing God, in terms of the deletion of children. But I know there's certain scenarios where, let's just say someone breaks in the house and happens to grape and delete your living child. Some people say if they have the opportunity, they would delete the person who committed that crime. Is that them playing God?
Great question. Yes.
Do
Yes.
you have any issue with them playing God in that scenario?
Do I
Or is it
have an
only in abortion scenarios?
well, both
Like
of
say,
well, no, I get what you're
or
saying.
another. Yeah, and the other ones too, like say, the people that go and shoot up the churches and kill like 10,
Hmm.
20 people. Some people say they should be deleted, and other people say no, they shouldn't be deleted because that's playing God. But then if their kids were some of the people, then they say, oh yeah, go ahead, delete them. You know what I
Hmm.
mean? So
Yep.
sometimes that, I'm not saying you, but sometimes people use that playing God talking point just only when it's
Hmm.
convenient.
Right, right. That's what I'm about to bring up. So I gave somebody a scenario. Well, first let me answer this straight out plain. I totally agree that if someone does that, they're still playing God. The thing is, a lot of times our emotion will get the best of us, especially if you're like a father or a husband, and our failure to protect our loved one, that that emotion probably would be like, I got to get rid of that person or something doesn't make it right. See, that's the thing. If somebody was saying, hey, you know what? This is not right, and they honestly understood what they're doing is not right. See, that's a different story. People are believing, and the reason why they do things is their reason means right. And your reason is not righteousness. That's the problem. So I use this scenario. I gave people, I said, if somebody locked you into a room with you, your child, and another person, and the guy came in there and laid a gun down and said, if you want your child and you to live, you have to delete this person. I ask people, what would you do? Overwhelming majority, self-preservation. Your child kicks in. They said they would delete the child. Delete the person. And I said, okay. They asked me what I would do. I said I wouldn't delete that person. I would let that man know. I said, tell him straight up, if I get out of here, I'm going to delete you. And what I ask people is, I say, okay, and guess what? After you delete that man, guess what? He was a father. He was a good man, a philanthropist. He gave to charity. He took in people. He took in homeless people. He has foster kids. He was a great man, and you deleted him instantly for your own selfish reason without even giving a thought. That right there, I have became a man enough to not be able to live with myself if I do that, bro. I'm just a different type of man. Back in the day, oh yeah, 10 years ago, I deleted him because I was selfish. I didn't give a damn about nothing but what was mine and what was attached to me. But now I actually have a consistency inside of myself where I care about people, because people is our greatest currency. And that means the people that is inside the womb too, the children.
True. Say that again, bro. I always say relationships are everything, man. It's currency, man.
Yes. That's word.
I have a question for Truth.
Yes.
Okay, Truth. You said that if somebody did great, the person that you were with, you said you would go find that person, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so why?
Emotional reasons. My failure to protect my child.
So what would you do when you found that person?
More than likely delete him.
Okay, so this is what's interesting. So you would be okay playing God in that case.
Did you hear what I said when he asked that? Again, you didn't answer that.
I just asked you a question. I just said right now, because you said
you
that
didn't listen.
Great person you were with, you said
you didn't listen because you wouldn't be asking me that right now. You didn't listen. I specifically said, for those who use reason to mean righteousness, that is not what I said I was doing. I would be completely wrong. And I would never think I was right.
But would you still go find that person?
More than likely off of emotion, yes. But I wouldn't think I was right. Which people who do this, they do be believing they right. I've talked to them. That's the reason why they're okay with doing it. They don't believe it's a bad thing. They believe it's my body. So they're essentially saying, I have a righteous cause to do so. I am in right standing. I would never say I'm in right standing to take another man's life. If I had time to think about it, more than likely, I probably would say, you know what? I'll let the police deal with it. But if I'm able to get to them in my threshold of anger, I'm not going to be a liar and sit here and say I'm not going to deal with them.
Right.
But if I have time to calm down, and think about it, and see, this ain't no situation where somebody found out that they had a baby and then they just went in there and got rid of it. This is timing, got a plan, got to talk to doctors, got to get a schedule, all that. By the time I do all that, if I had to do all that to try to find a guy, I better calm down. No, I probably wouldn't have deleted that.
Okay, so let's say
be
you.
honest.
So if you didn't delete them, would you beat them up?
No, after all that, thinking about it and all that type of stuff. If I could get to the cops to get to him, I probably let the cops get to him. Be honest.
Okay, so
In
what
the
if
threshold of my, in the threshold of my anger, if I'm able to get to him fast while I'm in my emotion, yeah, probably I would. I probably would. Yeah, he's probably gone.
So in that case, it wouldn't even matter.
Say that again.
In that case, it wouldn't matter.
I don't know what you mean by matter.
Well, in that case, because you said that in your anger, if it was quick, then you'd be okay deleting them, even though you know it's not okay.
No, that's not what I said. I said because I am human. You're not listening. Naturally, as a man, our number one job is to protect what we love. It's innately in us. Every man up here, what they love, they will viciously protect. In the event of that being taken from us, nature starts to step in and say, hey, you're a freaking failure. You need to do something about that. Even in the daggone Bible, it speaks about, I think it's in Proverbs 6, that if another man touches another man's wife, that man actually has a legal license to terminate that man. So that's in the word. So that's just one thing. But even then, I'm saying, if I have time to recollect and calm myself down, then more than likely, no, I probably won't terminate him. Because I don't even believe that certain people should have the death penalty. I'm saying I'm not going to be a liar and sit up here and say if I could get to him. If I'm angry and I know how when I get there, what has happened, I'm not going to sit here and say I'm not going to do something. Every man, even if they really wanted not to hurt that person, they would do it because we love what we love and we're going to protect it.
And that justifies it.
No, you're not listening now. You're not listening.
I am.
I never said. I said reason. I'm gonna say it one more time.
Reason.
Mm-hmm. Reason.
One mic, Eddie King.
Reason does not mean righteousness. So that means there is no justification. It is not justice. It is essentially vengeance, which is wrong. I don't know how other way. I don't know any other way to put it. See, the problem is people don't know how to separate the two. That's what I was trying to explain. We think reason is righteousness, and it's not. That's why people do certain things. They think when I choose to do something, it's right. It's my right to choose to do it. Like my truth. That's how we starting to operate. Where essentially morality no longer matters. We are now God. I do not move like that. But I'm not going to pretend that I don't have flesh on my body. I am not Jesus Christ. I'm not perfect. But I do essentially try to keep walking towards that standard because that's who my God is. And I will always try to do that. And I will fall short and I will get back up and try again. But we're talking about an innocent baby that did not ask to be here at the end of the day. So that is a big glaring difference.
Mm-hmm. Big difference.
Big difference.
See what I got to go through, Truth?
Eddie King, one mic. It's not your turn.
He stopped talking already. He stopped talking already. He already stopped talking.
Eddie King, you ain't gotta go
It is a free mic. It is a free mic. It's a free mic, all right? It's a free mic, all right? Look, don't be emotional, all right?
I'm not emotional. You know what? I was emotional.
He was done.
One mic. That's why I start muting. One mic.
Close your mouth.
Yeah, can I get in?
Close your mouth, King.
Chill out.
All right, everybody.
All right, y'all. Let's be respectful. Let's be respectful.
One
be
mic,
respectful, y'all.
But go ahead, Be Easy.
Yeah, this is definitely quite amusing. So shout out to everybody. Got my popcorn over here. But yeah, truth. I know that you said, what you was doing would be wrong. You know what I mean? So you wasn't trying to find the rationale. You know what I mean? You was just basically explaining that, yeah, I would probably behave this way, and it would probably be reckless, wrong, foolish, or whatever, word you want to use, right? And I think that it's deeper than that, because this is just a hypothetical. And let's say that you did, because I shout out to Quantum Love. I seen her put in the chat too. Let's say that everything went in terms of, you was pissed off. You happened to see, the perpetrator, and then you did delete him. But then, you still have the constant reminder of his kid. Maybe he has some genes as strong as you, and he happens to just look, his kid happens to look just like him, and I know it's not the kid's fault, but it's
he's not his father.
Yeah, you have a level of mental fortitude that I could say that most people don't have. So I don't know how many people would be able, even if they deleted the person and said that was the mission complete. Now there's a whole nother mission. You have to go and act like you're living a normal life. And let's just say it wasn't so easy to delete the person. And then you go years, and then how many years does it take to get over it, right? You can never get over it with a constant reminder. So there's so many different avenues that you can go with it, that let's say you delete the person and then you end up going to jail for deleting that person.
Exactly.
How much is it worth when someone can say that's why people say your mother, they got stuff like your mama should have swallowed you or something like that. You know what I mean? Like you should have never been born. They got stuff that people make jokes like that,
Be easy. That's what I'm saying. The baby didn't make me go to jail. My action made me go to jail. It's not the child. Me, my irresponsibility, my irrationalness, my emotionally moved decision put me in jail. That's why I said more than likely, if I have time to calm down, I'm smart enough to know your ass is probably going to jail after this, bro. So
but you had a decision in that matter. The person that got graped had no decision, right?
Yeah,
So if they made a decision, to delete the baby out of emotionalism, like what is the difference between their emotionalism and your emotionalism, saying that, I'm mad and I'm going to go delete someone?
I just explained it. So, again, I'm going to try to explain this one more time. In the midst of my rage, I am being honest about who I am. Once I do that, eventually I'm going to calm down and I am going to know I fucked up. I will never feel like I had a righteous cause to take another life. It will never be right. That's what I am saying. It will never be right, no matter what I did, because I am not judge, jury, and executioner. With the people that do these things, and again, no, I do not have a body that can carry a child. So no, I will never know this. What I am saying is this. They have the choice. And you explained it earlier. They have the choice of taking my child and doing whatever the hell they want. That is immense power. Power. God-like power to decide who lives and who dies. Okay? So since they have the choice to make this, that comes with even more of a greater responsibility to actually say, wait a minute. This is not so cut and dry because I was great. I can just get rid of it. my family did something to me, I can just get rid of it. It should never be, oh, my body, I can get rid of it. It's your body, but that thing is not. I wish I could find this thing so I can scientifically explain what a fetus actually is. It's attached to. It's just like like I don't like to use this word but I'm gonna just use this. A parasite attaches to a host and it drinks off of it. The parasite is not part of the host. So that is not your body that you're getting rid of. That's a different entity that you're getting rid of. That don't belong to you. It's not you just to get rid of. It should never be that cut and dry. For me, my opinion. So that's what I'm saying. It will never be right.
I have a question, Truth. Okay, so let's say your significant other gets raped, or your daughter gets raped and gets pregnant, and you are very much about, have the baby. What if it is endangering her health to continue to have that baby?
Great question. I actually answered that in there. That is probably, and that's still a big if. That is probably, I would have to, it would definitely have to be 100% sure that she will die. 100% sure. She have this baby, her and the baby are going to die.
There's no medical guarantees that's 100% though.
But see, that's what I'm saying. That's my point. That's actually my point right there, bro.
I had a question real quick for you too, True. So let's just say in that scenario, where your wifey got raped, she had the baby, you actually found the dude, and then you deleted him because what he did was diabolical, right, to your wife. Now his son that you raised, how would that conversation go when you eventually tell him that you deleted his dad?
You digging deep. More than likely, I would try my best that we don't have that conversation. But if it ever commenced, we just gonna have to sit down and talk. Your father did some foul shit, bro, that as a man I raised you not to become. And even though he's your biological, I'm your father. Family is not about DNA and biology. It's much more than that. That's what I would tell him.
All right, let me ask this question, right? Let's get even deeper, right? Because, all right, say for instance, okay, what I'm gonna give is two different. It's gonna be two different questions, right? And it's gonna be different scenarios. All right. So the first question is that let's piggyback from what you said, right? Say y'all have that conversation, y'all have that talk, right? But now, there's gonna be resentment. And let's just say like you didn't have the talk with him, but someone else told him. You know what I mean? And now he's like, well, you raised me, but it's like, you killed a man, that also like helped gave birth to me. Now, I mean, what's the odds of, a kid want to seek revenge like that? But you have some that actually do, and some that would actually go after the stepfathers, because just some kids are sick. And then the other question is, okay, make sure I don't forget this one. The other question was about now you keep the kid and you raise them to be the man that you want him to be, a God fearing man. But what happens if that grape baby starts graping, okay, other people in the family, other people around them? How will you be able to handle that situation? It's like the seed is now carrying through. Will you call the police and, report it? Send them off to jail? That might sound like that might be the right thing to do. How would you normally handle the situation, Truth? That's Gerald Long.
Hey, Brody in the building.
What's going on, family? How y'all doing?
All right, how you doing, man?
Salute to you, man. Bro. Damn, bro, you still up, Daryl?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Momentarily.
I'm trying to. That's actually good. So hold on. Let me see.
Yeah, no problem. Do you need me to rephrase the question again, Truth?
Yeah. Try to. Can you try to put it like just a different way for me? Maybe I can.
Okay, no problem.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah. So I know it was pretty lengthy because I hit you with 2 questions, and the second one I almost forgot. But the first question was that when you guys have the talk, because the child, the great baby that you're raising, finds out that you are responsible for the death of his dad. Okay. And you guys are having this conversation, but now he has that mind that he wants to come after you. You know what I mean? He wants to do harm to you because of that situation. And he's blaming, no matter what you tell him, he's blaming you for not having a connection with his real dad. And then the second question was that as the seed continues, okay, it's almost like you're doing like a legacy of graping other people. So what if that grape baby starts graping the women in your family?
That's actually a great, y'all digging deep today.
That's a real deep.
Because that could actually happen. Certain things are in DNA. Wow. I mean, that'll be the result. That'll be consequence. Consequence of choice for the second one. The first one, I mean, same thing. I mean, if we got to deal with it, at the end of the day, every father, their son is going to challenge them. Fun or or otherwise. My son is essentially now taller than me, so he likes to test to see where he's at, and I still ball him up still to this day. Eventually, he's going to get stronger and he's bigger, and then I'm going to have to start laying into him. Like for real. But essentially like that, I would have a talk with him, let him know, like, look, at the end of the day, if you feel some type of way, we can handle it like this, or we can handle it a different way. And at the end of the day, I would rather not, because you are my son. No matter what biology says, you my son. I raised you in my likeness. So you would be, if you succeed, you will be terminating your actual dad that raised you to be who you are. That's what would be happening. And then I would let him know straight up, I'm going to do what I have to do to survive, because I still have your brothers and sisters to take care of. So you sure you want to go that route? That's basically it.
Excuse me. All right.
Yeah, that's a damn good question, M3. Y'all not playing tonight. Y'all not playing tonight. Oh Lord.
Hey, I mean, we're leaning towards our season finale though. So we gotta go hard, like, at least with some of these questions. So, but just know, like, on the regular truth, even though, like, I mentioned, like, okay, if that happened to your family, that scenario, don't think that, I'm getting personal with you. You know what I mean?
No, no,
Just,
no, no. Heck no. Man,
yeah,
my skin is alligator. You already doing that, bro. I appreciate everyone's, opinions. I respect them all. I just ask people to respect mine, and even if they don't, I'm still going to stand on what I believe. Like, so nobody's not going to
no,
say
I
that.
agree. I mean,
Yeah.
truth be told, like, I'm not agreeing with, like, a whole lot of people, a lot of people's opinions, like, in this panel, but I also do see the benefits with the decision you guys made or your opinions. I see the benefit in Tammy's, like, opinion as well too, and now of course I have my own opinion, which would be overly graphic, but um, you know, everybody have a different view of things because
Right.
you just try to keep things balanced. That's all. But
Right. The main thing
speaking of
is we
balance,
all got different upbringings, bro. Like we all got
yeah.
different upbringings. We're all different men and women. So we're going to choose different things. And that's one thing I understand. Like the path that I'm on determines my choices. So we're not on the same journey. You feel what I'm saying? I have a different calling. So where now I actually have to stand on my word. And I look forward to that. So it's just different. It's different. Certain people have different weights on their life. And I know if I don't hold mine, it come with a different penalty. So
I definitely want to get Brother Daryl Long, you know what I'm saying, insight on this matter. I just want to rock out real quick. You know what I mean? So, truth, I agree with you to a certain extent. I do believe we all have different upbringings, but it also comes down to a point where certain things that people have in their mind are just fucking inhumane. Like, we just got to keep it facts. You know what I'm saying? So, if you have an inhumane type of mentality, you know what I'm saying, that's fucked up. You know what I'm saying? Because when things happen to people and it traumatizes them and it can traumatize a child, you know what I mean? We need to be concerned about that individual. You know what I mean? So it ain't about where you grew up. It ain't about how you grew up. It ain't about none of that. It's about, you know what I'm saying, being a human being and having human decency. You know what I'm saying? Having human decency, being a man. You know what I'm saying? Being a human being. You know what I mean? And I think that's the problem. That's been my problem with the whole thing, with the whole Roe versus Wade thing and everything else that we're talking about. Men just don't want to be motherfucking men no more. You know what I'm saying? They want the title, but when real shit hit the fan, they run away with little bitches. You know what I'm saying? And that's just the facts to it. D-Long, go ahead, man. Bill.
They can't
Daryl,
no
you
more,
could
right?
probably, yeah. Daryl, you could
Before,
probably
they can't
answer
no
this.
more, right?
You say what? You say what, M3?
I said you could probably answer this question for us because Quantum Love says that I don't hear anything about the one who had to carry this child. Shake my head. What if she doesn't want this kid? How would you feel your wife then? I guess she's some of the ones who wants to, carry the seed.
So we talking about like in a situation that like the first question you posed about the like the individual doing the inhumane stuff, right? We don't gotta like we don't gotta say it again, right? If that person did that inhumane stuff and it happened to my wife and she ended up, you know what I'm saying, with an unwanted pregnancy, and then we lead to the last part of the question, how would I view my wife then? Right? Is
Yes,
that
yeah. So
I can
basically
elaborate on that.
Yeah. So basically to break it down, like if this happened to you, Daryl, like, and let's say you're the one that want to keep the kid, but your wife doesn't want to keep it. You probably already heard what Truth and DJ Eddie had to say. Like they're all for like just keeping the kid. And they said they'll raise like the baby like it's theirs. Okay, if that was you in that situation, like and your wife is saying like, look, I don't want to keep it. How will you feel, or what will your action would be? But I might as well just ask you like the first basic question. You know, how would you even respond if that happened to you? You know what I
I was
mean?
just about to say, man. Listen, I'm with 84. You know what I'm saying? And yeah, I believe for wholeheartedly that we need a group of real OGs in each state to form a kind of coalition to handle these type of issues. Because best right, these type of things don't matter if you from Brooklyn, if you from Oakland, if you from where I'm from, Brightmoor in Detroit. It don't really matter. These things are completely inhumane. So the first part, like, so we don't disgrace your show. I would handle it in the way that I think that it deserves to be handled, with the amount of severity, the severity of pain and brutality that I think an inhumane act like this deserves. Right. On top of that, how, as far as me keeping a kid, I wouldn't want to keep the kid, and I wouldn't even want to put my wife through that. I'm with Quantum on that. And as far as like pro-life, pro-choice, I'm pro-choice. If the woman decide that she, don't want to move forward with this, I don't feel like I'm in a position to tell her what the fuck to do. On top of that, I'm more gonna be concerned about what she went through. How can I help her get out of this mental state? I don't want her to have to look at this child with disdain ever. I want my wife to be happy. I don't want her, and I can't guarantee her happiness. Only God can really do that, and only she can do that by healing. I don't. If it was her move that she wanted to keep it, I'm 10 toes down. Let's raise a kid. But if she says to me, husband, I cannot do this, it's over. We can have our own kid. Why would I want to, carry on the legacy of a person who has disgraced my family and disgraced, my wife? So by definition, like what you do to her, you do to me. I should be just as offended. This is a cardinal sin. You know what I'm saying? Like blood for blood type shit. So for me, the Roe v. Wade shit, I don't even like. I feel like men get out of bounds and they start talking about stuff that we talking about stuff, and like Beth said, we're not even really solving these issues real life. Like niggas like him, or sorry, people like those inhumane people. Those people should be rooted out from wherever they at and handled. That way we can give these people true peace. No, the kid got to go too.
Yeah, hold on, Daryl. I want to ask you, because you said you wouldn't want her to have the kid, right? Could you elaborate on the why you wouldn't want her to have it?
Outside of her coming to me and telling me that she didn't want to do it?
Exactly.
Well, I can go down a million different personal reasons, right? I can say, like, I wouldn't want to raise a child of the man who disgraced my family to the point, like, that's one of those cardinal sins in my family, right? And in every family, more than likely, right? I couldn't imagine somebody doing that to like one of my daughters and then coming to me and be like, hey, you ready to be a grandfather? No, I'm not. And especially if my daughter comes and say, Father, I cannot handle this. It doesn't matter how I feel at that point. And on top of that, I wouldn't put my feelings before hers. I wouldn't. That's selfishness. I would be selfless and say, daughter, or in a situation that we talked about originally, wife, if you can't handle this, I'm going to hold you the fuck down. It's just that simple. And then if that's my wife, then that means we already have the permission of God to make our own child. And that child will be blessed. But this child don't get the blessing that, no, absolutely not.
And that was the next part of the question, where Truth and DJ Eddie King said the same thing. I want to ask Daryl, let's say that your wife did have that child. Would you treat the child the same as the biological kids that you have or would have with your wife?
If my wife wanted to have the child and she came to me and said, husband, I'm going to have this child, I want you to raise this child with me like it's one of our own, then yes. Listen,
you would treat that child the same way as as
I
your
would
biological kids.
I mean, why not? Right? Like to me, this is how this shit goes, bro. It's not about feelings. It's about, are you committed? Right? Because a lot of people say they love their kids, but they're not committed to being parents. Right? Like once I'm 10 toes down, and sometimes this shit backfires, I'm in. I'm in till it's over. Right? So once the wife says, this is what we're doing, I need your help with this, that's the only thing that I see. I'm not even looking backwards no more. We're gonna like the discipline for the inhumane person still exists, but the child, if she decides in that situation that her body is gonna be used for this child to come to life, then yeah, we're gonna bear the responsibility to make sure that this person doesn't end up like the person that came before, and show them the exact same love. Because I mean, I don't like that fake love shit, bro. So I'm not gonna have one child living like fucking Harry Potter in a fucking cupboard, and like one child getting 1,000 Christmas gifts and the other not. Like, to me, that's an imbalance that I don't even want to have in my life on no levels. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, I respect that.
Yeah. I'll say this again before I dip out. And Mr. Best, he's gonna continue the moderation. All right. As a man, if you have a certain type of temperament, and this situation happened to you, you got just 3 options. Okay. Especially if your wife or whatever want to keep it, you could raise the kid, as if that kid is your own, while no biases. Okay. You could, well, if she doesn't want it, respect her decision. I wouldn't put no pressure on her, and go along with the deletion. But if the man does not want to have the kid, and you're not gonna really raise the kid like your own, and hell, you might even treat the kid even worse, because it's easy said until it actually happens, and you have to give account. I know I hear about women this and women that. I respect that. Like, you do have to be patient with the woman, because she is carrying, that awful seed, unfortunately. So you have to be extra loving as much as possible. But if you can't handle that as a man, and that love is not within you, I suggest to walk away from that relationship, because it's going to get more toxic on your behalf, because the anger that's going to be brooded inside of you. You might be so angry enough that you're like, you know what? Okay, you don't want to hold on to the kid. You want to give birth. You don't want to delete it. I would delete the seed myself. I would delete the kid myself. Because people, and I'm going to that level because people are, they get sick in that type of mentality, and so you have to really picture and kind of understand, like, all right, dang, like, this type of stuff actually tears up relationships. Like I said, I'm not the type of person, again, that is like super pro-choice, but at the same time, when these situations happen, you gotta have those talks. Okay? You gotta have those talks with you and your spouse, and really make a really good critical decision. Because no matter what you do, if you eject, I'm just gonna say eject. If you eject or you keep it, it's still gonna be a detriment to your life, because the trauma will forever be there. Women get haunted when they eject babies. you know. And I'm not saying this as from a male perspective. I'm saying because an actual woman who went through these things are like told me about this stuff, are telling me, you know. I don't know if the women in the chat ever went through that. Hopefully I never did, you know. But from what I heard from women that actually been through those situations, they regret it severely. They had to take mental therapy for that. That shit like eats them up on the inside. So no matter what decision you make, whether you keep it or not, you're still is going to have regrets. You're still going to be fucking traumatized. You know? And you don't deserve, no one deserves to be in that type of situation.
Right.
Thank God I'm not a woman, you know? Because I don't have to worry about those type of things. But I'll say it like this though. It's a really shitty position to be in. It's a really shitty situation. And I'm just going to be fair on this one. I commend the men who chooses to raise the kid on and have that type of heart. Me, I don't have that fucking heart. And me, I do not give a fuck. Snap. And that's it. And I'm out. So
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
That's where I stand at.
But and then
Hold on, I got a question. I got a question real quick before you go. I got a question.
All
Yeah.
right,
So
go ahead.
okay. So if the one you love, right? You're with a woman, you love her, and this is your woman, and she wants to keep this child, and this is your woman. You say you're gonna be with her, you're gonna rock with her no matter what, and she chooses to keep this child. You're not gonna rock with her no more. Or you're gonna
fuck no. You know the child. Look, like I said, I commend the ones who have a good heart. I ain't got that type of heart. Delete the little motherfucker, or else.
I respect that. No, I respect that because you've been consistent.
Delete or else put that on a shirt.
I respect that because you're being freaking consistent all the way through. I respect the hell out of that.
And this ain't, you know, like I said, like, you know, look, say what y'all want to say, like in the chat, you know. Yes, F no, because I don't give a fuck, you know. But I'll tell you like this, you know, we will have it one way or another. I am not the type of person who's gonna F no the shirt. I will buy that shirt, you know. We're gonna probably have the merch, you know, up there soon. Matter of fact, copyright that shit. F no, you know, you can't say the whole, you know. Anyway,
so M3.
Oh,
right.
Yeah.
This how I feel.
No, copyright, delete that
Like
motherfucker.
Look. No, look. This the thing, right? You see, me, right? I wouldn't demand a woman to keep it. I would just tell her how I feel. Like, listen, I feel like you should keep it or whatever, right? But if she decides not to, that's on her. That's not on me. You feel what I'm saying? That's on her.
Yeah, but see, the point is, it goes back to like, you know, my body, my choice. You know,
right.
So you do have a choice because there's your body.
Yeah.
But I have a choice too, not to stick around. I'm just saying this like from my own temperament.
Right.
It's going to be more harmful for me to like wait for 9 to 10 months. Look at that belly grow, and that's not even mine. And then just to fester on that, especially if I can't get to that dude. You know what I mean? And I'm not trying to like, you know, I don't ever want to be in a bad mental state where I take a life.
Mm-hmm.
So
exactly,
you know, hopefully you guys understand where I'm coming from with this.
I don't know about that M3. Like, if you
I
saw a soldier,
I got one last question. And you could build.
Wait, hold on. Go ahead, Daryl.
I know. I just got one last question, and I'm done.
Hold on, Bess. Hold on. Daryl got something to say. Hold on.
Hold on 1 second. Hold on. I just got this question because I don't want to forget. I don't want to forget.
Go ahead.
I don't want to forget my question. I only got one question on this. So okay. So if you're with this person, you say for better or for worse, right? And this is the person you say you're rocking with. You say you're gonna rock with them for better or for worse, right? That means in all situations. That doesn't mean a situation that you wanted to be in better for worse with. Because if you say for better for worse, and you say you really love this person, you're gonna go through them in any and all situations, right?
Mm-hmm.
There's certain situations that, of course, you can separate a divorce or whatever, and we know the situation, adultery, whatever, right?
Mm-hmm.
But in that situation, that's not what the vows say. The vows say for better for worse. So it says for whatever y'all go through, y'all go through it together.
You have a few options. I'll say it again. Eject, or let me add this one. You can also give the baby up for adoption, but you're not keeping it.
I respect.
Hey, I like that better. Give it up for adoption. I like that better.
Yeah.
That's all.
It only gets worse for me, for that person. If you keep it, that's all I'm gonna say on that one. You got those few options.
No, yeah, M3. Only thing I was gonna say to you, you said you don't want to be in a mind state that's awful where you would take a life.
Yeah.
And I when I hear people say stuff like that, I always think I wonder how they feel about soldiers. If they feel like we know soldiers take lives. I mean that's their primary fucking purpose, right? I mean ultimately, I feel like that's something that that's one of the tribal things that many of us get to miss out on. I mean, if somebody gives us orders and commands, we can pull a trigger with no purpose. I mean, for any fucking reason. But for our own purpose and our own reason, our own protection, our own prosperity, it's demonized. I just, for the life of me, I don't understand that concept, especially with the flag in the background. It seems un-American, low-key.
Yeah.
Yeah. At the end of the day, I ain't killing nobody for no old daggone country or no man. If I'm gonna have to delete somebody, it's gonna be because of me. There's no man on this planet above me.
But the truth, there's a time. It also said there's a time for that too. It's a time to kill.
Oh yeah, Ecclesiastes.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Major.
On a side note, the reason why I put that flag up there, right? Because it's pretty much symbolic of what we go through. Yeah. Yeah, if you know what I mean.
I just wanted to share this last thing because we keep talking about this my body thing. So let me I'm gonna give y'all the common sense.
Mm-hmm.
Your body is everything that you are born with.
Say that one more time, True.
Your body is everything that you are born with. Just going to leave it common sense. You do what you want to do with that.
And this is my last question for M3. So my last question is this: any event that happens to the person that you're with, wouldn't your first concern be, okay, what help does she need in this predicament?
My first thought is how I'm going to bury this dude to the ground. How can I plot so I could be at the right place at the right time to rope him up, and hang him on that American flag.
I mean, after the dude,
yeah,
after the dude, I'm talking about the person you with.
Mm-hmm.
After you get done with homeboy and whatever,
Mm-hmm.
Are you gonna think about the well-being and the state of mind of the person that you're with?
Well, I would have to, because the thing is, and this goes for anybody, because you're gonna be living with this person for the rest of your life, unless you choose to pretty much go on you with your separate ways and deal with someone else. But then you might run into the same type of situation. I'm not encouraging nobody to run from it, but what I'm saying is that these are the things that, and And here's the thing: don't think I'm getting like everybody like getting all emotional about it, right? But I have to put emotion into it, right? Because I want everybody in chat to kind of understand the feeling of it. Because I know we could really get into critical thinking, we could get logical, but when the emotions get involved, how will you guys really will really respond? How will you really act?
Salute,
Everybody's
Von Eric.
asking intelligent, intellectual questions, which is good. Salute, Von Eric.
Von Eric, salute, man.
Yeah. But when the emotions get away, it's a whole different story. It's easy for me to cap and say, yeah, like, for better and worse and blah blah blah, right? But when it actually happens, just like First Lady Tammy, when it actually happens, man, your whole demeanor is totally different. Now, if you really, really, truly got the true guts, and you like, man, I'm going to man up, toughen up about this. Hey, salutes to you guys. But it has never really happened to y'all like that. So it never happens to me, and I hope it never does. The only solution I could just say is this. We gotta continue to do our part as men to protect our women, to protect ourselves too, and our families. Okay. I mean, we're not gonna always be around with them, but we gotta be critical thinkers. We gotta play like chess, like you said, Daryl, about the soldiers and all that. When I look at soldiers, I'm like, look, they're like pawns, and I'm not saying in a disrespectful way, but it's chess, So unfortunately they put these men on the forefront. So you gotta be like 10 times steps ahead of them. Point blank, period. Now, if you do get to that situation, okay, I mean, after you straighten a guy or whatever, look, then it's like, all right, that's where you're gonna have to have the hard talk and the communication. You're gonna have to take therapy. That's not an option at all. You're gonna have to check on that person's mental health. That's not an option. And you're gonna have to get therapy yourself. Because no matter what, at a certain point, automatically you are going to snap. Nobody's going to remain calm in this situation for too long. So if that ever happens, man, y'all better start planning for therapy, in advance, and get the mental health checked. Because this is really going to affect the marriage. It's going to affect other relationships. It's going to affect how you view men. It's going to affect how you view women. It's going to affect how you view God. You know what I mean? So my solution is get all that stuff checked. If that ever happens, I hope that it never does happen again. But just be prepared. And it's only going to get worse from there.
Well, it's definitely crazy, man. It's like I said, that's a highly sensitive situation to find yourself in. You know what I mean? I will admit that. Highly sensitive situation, but nevertheless, being that the question was posed, what would I do if I had the means to interject? Yeah, I would immediately tell her, if you don't want to do this, let's not do it, and then seek therapy immediately. Like I say, immediately.
Who did you say to seek therapy?
Both. I think both people. I think the husband will need to seek therapy as well. I mean, because I can only imagine, Do
you think it should be done together? The therapy should be done with like couples therapy, or separate, or both?
No, I think both.
I was about to say, I think both. I think they're gonna need therapy for the couple, for what they're going through it together, for what they represent, like their union. But then like the individual stuff. You're still an individual. You know what I mean? And then they're gonna have to pray too. You're gonna have to have a strong people that's spiritually strong around you, because if you got people around you that's spiritually demons, you know what I'm saying, you're gonna end up going to the dark side too. And you're gonna end up going crazy. And then that's where we get all that beef and blood from.
I think that if some, excuse me, y'all, something like that happens, ultimately, you know what I'm saying, I'm gonna definitely look to see what my woman wants to do at that moment. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna really see where her heart and her mind is at. Whatever she needs from me, that's what we gonna be on. You know what I mean? If she needs fruit roll-ups every day, if she needs whatever she needs, man, whatever she needs from me, I am there. You know what I'm saying? Whatever. You know what I'm saying? As far as the guy who did it, definitely, I would definitely want justice in many different types of ways. You know what I'm saying? My own justice and the justice of the you know what I mean, of the judicial system, both. But at the end of the day, man, I'm gonna really be concerned about what my woman needs. What does she need? What does she want? What is going on with her? Because this didn't happen to me. It didn't happen to me. As much as angry I could be, it didn't happen to me. It happened to her. So I'm gonna be fully focused on what she needs from me as a man. And that's why I say men. That's what men got to step up and be men. You know what I'm saying? We got to step up and be men when things like this happen. You know what I'm saying? Exactly. Because her mindset is not there. She has just been raped. Can you imagine as a man, somebody grape you? How you gonna feel? You've been violated as a man. That's the highest form of violation as a human being. Outside of you killing someone. So yeah. Tammy, I see your mic was off. Go ahead.
Yeah, I have a question. Eddie King said something that I was kind of confused about.
Wait, Tammy. Before you begin, right? I gotta dip out, but I'll let you guys argue in a minute. But
no, I'm not arguing.
I just want to say, you know, this is definitely like a fun stream. Go ahead and you guys rock out. Mr. Best, like he'll definitely take over. Salutes to you, everyone. Daryl, Truth, Be Easy, that dude. Thank you guys for coming through. First Lady Tammy, DJ King, best of the world, much love.
But yeah, you know what it is, bro.
Peace out, man. Strong performance tonight, M3. You was on one.
Yeah. Hey, like I said, man, you know, I gotta give it to you guys a little bit. You know what I mean? I just want to make sure that by the end of the night, that no one, and I'm not saying nobody's capping, you know, because I'm trying to be fair and have an open mind. But I also want people to kind of understand, right, what women are going through, and I'm not saying it's like, you know, like I'm a woman or whatever. But when women tell you certain things, you guys gotta hear them out a little bit, because, you know, they have more of a chance to get violated by a man physically out of force. Yeah, you know, we could get violated too, but in a different way. But for them, they go through like harsher trauma than what we go through. And this is why, like, with that situation, you know, being taken away, you're taking away that right to like really make a choice if that shit happened to you. Now, if you just like a hoe, you know what I mean? And
some women do be lying about that too.
Exactly. If you was a hoe, I don't give a fuck what happens to you. You know, you keeping that kid, you know, and may that punishment be on.
Yeah. Shout out to Brooklyn.
All right, M3, I'm with you. I'm not with you, man.
All right.
I'm not with
you.
All
right, guys.
All
right, brother.
All right, peace.
Okay, so I just had a. Oh, he gone. Okay, never mind. I had a question for Eddie King, but he gone. Never mind. He just said something earlier that I was just confused about. And now he can't answer the question because he ain't here. Oh well. I was just saying, no, it was
Tammy, what was the question? Ask Truth.
Because he said that he didn't agree with abortion. Okay, if that's your stance, that's your stance. And then he said that But if his wife or significant other, if she didn't want to have the baby, he's like, well, that wouldn't be on me. That would be on her. So I think I'm just confused.
I can answer that for him because I know I agree with him.
Because my confusion is that you're not okay with abortion. If your wife says she wants to have it, then okay, we're gonna have it. I don't know. I mean, if you can answer the truth, then that'd be great. I think I don't know. Yeah. So
because see, for some reason, and this is what a lot of people do. When they hear one thing, they try to make it mean another other than the actual word that was said. He said specifically that if the woman wants to get rid of it, it's nothing he can do about it. And that will be her consequence that come behind it, that she has to deal with. That does not mean that he's okay with her getting rid of it.
So here's a question I have. But you'd be okay if your woman had wanted to have an abortion.
No.
She would absolutely say, I can't handle this. I just can't deal with this. I just cannot deal with having to carry this inside of me, and say I just can't go through that. I can't deal with going through that trauma again. Are you going to stay with your significant other even though she has an abortion?
Hold on. Let me answer that. Let me answer that real quick.
Yes, sir.
Go ahead. I know you say yes. Go ahead.
And you can answer it. Yeah. When because actually 84 was pressing M3 about that. And yes, for better or worse, I'm going to stand on that.
Okay. So would you look at her any less because she chose to do that?
No, I mean, listen, I don't look. You know what's funny to me? Man, you in the Matrix, Truth. You in the Matrix, bro. You in the Matrix. We can't hear you, bro. We can't hear you clearly. You in the Matrix.
Neo.
You in the Matrix, Truth. Yeah, we can't hear you, brother. Truth. You gotta hop out and come back in because we can't hear you. I just don't know what the confusion is, man. You know, Tammy, I don't know what the confusion is. Either we're men or we bitches. All right? Either you're a man or you're a bitch. That's it. All right? Real men do real things. Okay? There's certain things that is non-negotiable as a man. Because see, I was just raised with a certain type of credence. And D know what I'm talking about when I'm talking about this. You know what I mean? When you got your own family members, many of your family members, they doing a hard time because they not telling, they not snitching, they really doing their time because they lived that life and they accepted it. That's a certain type of integrity. But a lot of you dudes don't come from that, man. Y'all ain't come from that cloth, man. So when it comes to a situation where the shit really hit the fan, y'all just all over the place. Y'all can't just stand on a solid foundation. If you are a man and this is a woman that you're with, you got to be there to be a man and be supportive and help her. There's no debate about this. If you don't want to be a man, okay, just step to the side, step your bitch ass to the side, and let the men be men. You know what I mean? That's really it.
You know,
I'm sorry, Timmy. Hold on. I'm still building on this. Okay. Let the men be men. And if you don't want to be a man for the woman that you're with, let somebody else have your woman. All right? Because you're not a man. And that is the bottom line. Ain't no debate about this. We going back and forth and back about it's just easy. Either you a man and you're going to step up to the plate and support your woman and really be there, or you're going to be a bitch made nigga and just move to the side. That's it. That's all I got to say, man.
I just want to say, I just find it interesting that, for someone to even want to put their significant other, their child, any woman that they care about in their life in a position to make a decision of that magnitude, is not necessarily thinking about the trauma from the beginning, and I could say the end, but for a lot of people there is no end, because a lot of people don't even seek any help to deal with the trauma that they go through. We know that just in general. So and I'm the only woman that's here, so I'm speaking from a woman perspective, and I mean, I have to respect when somebody has a different opinion than me. And I have to respect it if I really cannot see certain things. On one hand, I can see certain points, but on the others, it's just I can't. When you're not a woman, it's hard to make a decision about or say what a woman should do. It'd be the same thing if a woman was speaking on what a man should do when it's a situation that a man deals with. A woman can't really speak on that. A woman can't. And a woman can't say a man should do A, B, C, or D, because the reality is if a woman hasn't gone through that or experienced that, she really can't really speak on that. So,
but Tammy, they do it all the time, though, don't they?
I mean, but they do. That's not. But like I said, even though they do, that's not necessarily saying that they should. And I mean, I think people speak on things that they shouldn't speak on all the time, and that's just a fact.
Yeah.
But
okay,
I feel like just and I think just any trauma, whether it's being raped or anything, I think that people speak on things that they don't necessarily know about. And so that's why I feel like, when somebody experiences something, it's very hard for them to talk to somebody who has no idea what they've gone through. Has no idea, because you truly don't know. You can say, I know how you feel because you may have been through something similar to it, but until you've been through that same exact thing, you really have no idea. And so I do think that, like I said earlier, that sometimes we speak on what we would do in a situation, and the reality is that when that situation comes up, we'll see what we will and will not do. Because, I mean, like I mentioned earlier about someone who goes through an abusive relationship, or even a parent. You become a parent and you say, I'm going to be this kind of parent. That's what you think before you have kids. And when you do, you still try to be that kind of parent. And there may be some situations that may cause you to do things that you didn't expect that you were going to do. So, when it comes to this whole thing about being raped, like I said, I take it seriously because I know firsthand.
Right. I understand.
So,
that's one thing I understand.
Right. And so my thing is that the reason why I'm passionate about it is because thank God I didn't get pregnant. But had that happened, the trauma of it would, and that's the thing is it's one thing if you decide to abort a child that you were having sex, get pregnant, you're like, oh, it's going to ruin my body, whatever. That's one thing. And there, you might go through some things because you chose to have an abortion. That's a big possibility. And I know people that have had abortions, and they, after they did it, it was like they just felt all certain kind of just ways. But to go through one trauma and then have to go to a second trauma because of the first trauma, that's a lot to ask of somebody. That's a lot to ask. And so, to put that on somebody and be okay with that, I just can't see that. So, and I'm very, much about, God and, what he stands for and what he means. It's like I said, it's just a lot to ask. And I think people you have to really think about certain things before you ask somebody to put themselves in a position. If it's your child, and your child is 6, 7, 8 years old, and an 8-year-old could go through puberty, and their first experience is because they got raped. To sit there and say, well, my child is going to have it, like, I just can't. I just can't. So, and it's like there's so many different situations where there can be an exception. And like I said, there has to be an exception. There has to be. I mean, I can't see forcing somebody to have to go through that trauma, you know, in a different way. To go through that trauma in a different way is just a lot. I mean, you know, I do watch TV, and even on like Law and Order SVU, there's an episode where there's an episode where Ludacris is on that episode, and so he ends up killing his girl and her baby. And he's pretty much, his whole thing is he's pissed off because his brother or his cousin or what got treated a certain kind of way, and he didn't. And he wants to know he wants to know who his dad is, and he finds out that that his dad was a family member that raped his mother. And his reaction to that was impactful. And even the mom, like, she did not want to tell him, like, and she said that he looked like him. So it's like, you have to think that not only is there that trauma from having to carry it, even let's say you decide not to keep it. Let's say you decide to have it and give it up for abortion. You know that there is going to be somebody walking around that will remind you of the person that traumatized you. It's like I said, it's a lot to ask.
But Tammy, this is what I was saying.
And that's the thing. Like, I don't think anybody should put anybody in a position to make that decision about, do you want to go through this trauma again? That person that did it's not there, but there's that reminder. Do you want to go through that trauma again? Like that to me, like I said, I guess I just have a different opinion, different view, because I'm a female that's on here, but it's just mind blowing to me, because the way that a woman is raped is not going to be the same way that a man would be raped, because what can come from a woman being raped can never come from a man being raped. Like,
that don't make it right, though.
Hold on. So, and I'm not discounting.
Don't say that.
I'm not discounting a man being raped. What I'm saying
when
is
you
that
put it like that, that is kind of discounting now.
Yeah.
Hold on,
y'all. When a woman gets raped, there can be a pregnancy. If a man gets raped, there is not going to be a pregnancy.
That's a result.
So a man is not going to have to.
One mic, y'all.
So another way to look at it is like, a man would never have to be asked to be put in that position. So a man would never have to experience being asked to be put in that position. But a woman would have to be asked to be put in that position. And I feel like sometimes it needs to be looked at in that way, that a man would never know what it's like to have to be asked to make that choice. A man would never know what that's like.
I just want to say this real quick. I'm gonna be real quick, y'all. And then Truth and the Devil, y'all can build, because I know you got something to say. I'm gonna be real quick. I just think it's just being it had nothing to do with being a man or woman. First of all, it's just either you're a decent human being or you're a piece of shit, scumbag. That's it. You know what I mean? It had nothing to do with being a man or woman. A real man is gonna understand that that's a traumatic situation a woman has gone through, and we're gonna be there to be protective and supportive. Just like if as a man, if we get prostate cancer, or we're going through the process of getting our prostate checked, the woman will be there to support and protect and help us. You know what I'm saying? It's just being a human being, man. I don't understand it, man. I don't understand why this is just so difficult to just comprehend and understand. You know what I mean? I guess common sense ain't common, right? Go ahead, Truth.
Yeah, common sense ain't common. And, for me, my love for God and the way I respect him is above my feelings of what I want. Everybody don't live like that. I actually honor that. And I don't know if you heard me earlier, Tam, my thing was messing up. Did you hear me? My answer to your question?
No, you were cutting out.
Yeah. So you asked me if she did decide to do that, would I be with her and would I love her the same? Right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So yes, I still would be with her because that's my duty. That's what God told me to do. And yes, I would love her the same because that's still my wife. My love for her is not contingent on her behavior. Love is unconditional. Well, the love I provide. I don't know. I can't speak for everybody else. And yeah, like my opinion stands. I don't care what anybody thinks. I'm gonna do what's right. Not my feelings, not my emotions.
Would you be understanding of her why she decided not to?
Yeah, I would understand. Would I say she is right? No. Two different things. Once again. Yep. But everyone have a great night. Great conversation. Love y'all.
Good night, good night, my brother.
Good night, bro. Brother Darrell, go ahead, bro. Go ahead and build. I know you had to build on something.
Oh no, I was going to say to Tammy that because she didn't address me, so I'm not saying that I wanted her to or not, but I just wanted to distinguish myself by saying when it comes to the whole situation, if the wife was great, I'm riding with whatever choice she want to ride with. If she want to get rid of it, then like I said before, we focusing on her mental health. After that, for both of us, both our mental health. If she want to keep it, then that's my wife. Like True said, then we in this till the wheels fall off. Let's put the work in and stop talking about like the problem and actually just start just doing the solution. But just to make that clear. That's all.
I didn't ask you, Daryl, just because I could kind of get that's what your answer would have been based on what you've already said. So that's why I didn't ask you that. So yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Lady Tammy.
You're welcome.
I'm gonna go and get out of here too, Best, and you all have a good night, man. It's about to be 3.
Yeah, I'm about to close it up, y'all. I'm about to close it up. So, you know what I'm saying? Thanks for coming through, Brother Daryl. Be easy. Do you have any closing statements, bro? Tammy, got any closing statements? Anybody else got any closing statements? Go ahead.
I'll save it for tomorrow.
Oh, hey, easily rigged tomorrow, y'all. Check it out. All right. I believe it's 7 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, I believe, or maybe 8, one of those 2 times. But listen, 8 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. All right. We on, okay? And we it's going to be similar to this. We're going to be on super late, all right? So get your popcorn ready. Get everything ready. We're going in, all right? We are going in. Well, they're going in, okay? I'll be in the background. They are going in, all right? Be easy. You know what I'm saying? My man Big Rick Slaps. Oh, okay. Go ahead, be easy. I don't know what the topic is. Go
ahead. Gotta stay tuned. But Lady Tammy, I'll DM you.
Okay, no, because the topic you did last time was I really, really liked that. That was actually really good. So, yeah.
Definitely.
Yeah, you gotta pull up, Lady Tammy.
Everybody pull up. So Tammy, pull up. Quantum Love, you said you're gonna pull up. Please pull up because you know how we do over here. You know what I'm saying? Everybody's opinion is welcome. Everybody's, everybody's standards and what they think and their morale, it's all welcome, man. And we got love for all y'all. Listen, man, with that being said, thank y'all for being a part of Knowledge Relationship Experience. Like and subscribe to everybody's platform. Like and subscribe to everybody's Instagram. I think we have a Facebook group as well. Anything we got going on, man. We got a lot of channels going on. We got a lot of different things going on. But understand, it's all one Knowledge Relationship family. We all are here. Peace and love to everybody. And everybody have a good night, y'all. All right, y'all. Later.
Peace.
knowledge and relationships.